Good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, February 24th. It's a little after 6:15, and we're going to convene a regularly scheduled Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. Did I say the 21st?
You said 24th.
Oh, 21st. I apologize. It's February 21st. So I'd look for a motion on the minutes.
Sure, I can make that motion.
Great.
I move that we approve the minutes of January 24th, January 31st, February 3rd, and February 7th.
All right, board. Any discussion on the minutes?
No.
All right, so Jess has made a motion to approve the minutes of January 24th, January 31st, February 3rd, and February 7th of 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Jess, that's going to carry 5-0. We'll move on to agenda item 3, chair remarks. Just a couple of quick remarks this evening. First, I'm going to keep holding participants in the meeting to 3 minutes to try to help make sure that everyone who wants to speak on all of the important items that the select board discusses has an opportunity to do so. And I just want to continue to remind people of that because it's a newer thing that we've implemented, but it has felt like it's worked well and people have had an opportunity to speak, and we've gotten a lot of good participation in the last couple of meetings. My second comment is I just want to remind people that if you want to request an absentee ballot for the March 7th vote, you can either go to myvoterpage.gov or it's mvp.vermont.gov, or you can call or email the town clerk's office to request your absentee ballot. So they're not coming automatically. You've got to request them this year. If you don't want to vote absentee, but you want to vote in person, that's going to be on March 7th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the American Legion. And with that, I conclude my chair remarks and I pass it over to John.
And I will just mention that we did properly warn the meeting.
Oh, thank
tonight,
you. I
Ian,
jumped
and
into
just
it.
wanted to let you know that.
Yes.
I managed to catch several really fun events at the Winter Carnival over the weekend and was impressed with the energy and enthusiasm all around at Living Memorial Park and really throughout town as a result of the excellent 9-day event that was put on by the all-volunteer Brattleboro Winter Carnival Committee. So grateful to have them doing marvelous things in the town. Next, there was a nice article this past week in Vermont Magazine about Police Chief Norma Hardy with some excellent quotes from the town detectives, community members, and the chief, and I recommend you take a look at that. I wanted to briefly update you on an additional item. As you know, we've been working on a camera project at the Transportation Center, and so far, we have 9 companies who have expressed interest in that, and some of them are local and others from further away.
Recording in progress.
But we'll be bringing that back to you later in March. Finally, I just wanted to mention that the assessor's office has moved rooms here in the municipal center. So if you're looking for the assessors, they will now be found in Suite 101, which is on the first floor in the northwest corner of the building. And that's all I have for tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sean. We'll move on to agenda item 5, select board comments and committee reports. Board members, Liz?
First, to tack on to your discussion about voting, early voting should be available by Friday of this week. Second, I'm holding the 1-year anniversary of the illegal war in Ukraine for all of us. And I offered the Jimmy Carter challenge to everybody, which is do something nice for someone who needs it.
Great. Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members? Tim?
Just say happy Mardi Gras. It's Fat Tuesday, and Lent begins tomorrow if you're thinking of giving anything up.
Excellent. Any other board members? No? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 6. This is public participation. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on an item that is not on the warrant agenda. And I will And also, if you want to request that a select board member pull an item from the consent agenda, this is also your opportunity to do that. So with that, I'll look to the room first. Does anyone wish to speak during public participation? Yep. You want to come on up and state your name and where you're from for the record, please?
I'm Dale Joy, and I'm from Brattleboro, Vermont. And tonight I'd like to talk about last week's agenda, or last couple weeks ago, about they wanted to leave something, the landlords wanted to leave something on the ticket for ousting people from their apartments or whatever. That they have every amazing way to evict people. Why do they need that one thing? They can evict you for sneezing too loud. They can evict you. No, I'm not going to say that one. But anyways, they can evict you for anything. Why do they need the no cause ruling? That's just double stating things, really. And I want to make sure that the town hears this, because this no cause thing that's your home as long as you live in it. If a landlord doesn't want you there, all they have to do is come up with some lame excuse, which many of them do. And some of them are real good landlords, but there are some that aren't. And those are the sleazy ones that tell you you got this, this, and this, no smoking in the building, and then you got a whole building full of smokers. Come on. We don't need that no clause thing.
Great. Thank you very much, Dale. Look to Zoom. I see a hand up. It is Dick DeGray. Dick, you want to state your name and where you're from for the record?
Yeah, Dick DeGray, Brattleboro, District 2, I believe. And I'd like to give a big shout out to the Harris Hill for a great, spectacular weekend, to all the volunteers. Putting that event on this year was nothing short of spectacular, given the weather. Going up to the event, some people worked very hard to get that hill in shape for 2 beautiful days, and really much appreciated for a rich tradition in Brattleboro, which celebrated their 101st year of jumping in Brattleboro. So thank you very much to Harris Hill, the committee, and all the volunteers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dick. I appreciate that. Back to the room. Anyone else like to speak in public participation? Seeing none, I'll look back to Zoom briefly. And I don't see any. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 7, the consent agenda. And it looks like we just have one item on there. And John, if you want to speak to that briefly.
Yep, one item, liquor and tobacco renewals this evening, but since none of them have had 2 violations in the past license year, staff proposed these for consent. In case anyone is unfamiliar with the term tobacco substitute endorsements, it refers to vape products. So if approved, all the annual renewals listed in the board materials will be conditionally renewed.
And I can't believe I'm actually going to speak on a consent agenda item, but you're speaking to what the board voted on last meeting, that if there were 2 violations, that we would ask them to come before us and speak.
Correct. Yes, there were several with 1 violation, but none but 2.
Great. All right, board members, anyone want to pull it? All right, I would
I have a process question, Ian.
Yes.
Since usually we do these as liquor commissioners, do we need to do any sort of magic around how we've convened to approve this consent agenda item?
So that's a very good question. I believe we've actually addressed it before when we've put water and sewer commissioner items on the consent agenda, and we did not need to convene. But I look to Town Attorney Fisher to ensure that I have got that right.
I think you do.
But thank you for pointing that out, Jess. Any other process questions? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion.
I would move the consent agenda, pass the consent agenda as presented.
Tim has made a motion to pass the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's going to pass 5-0. Thank you very much. Then we move on to agenda item 8. So I think we take a motion now to convene. So I'd look to Liz.
I move to convene as health commissioners.
Liz made a motion to convene as the health commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Okay, and that moves on to 8A, the emergency health order at 16 Washington Street. Okay, so kind of just a quick preamble here. So the select board makes a motion and convenes as health commissioners, and one of our duties as health commissioners is to hear emergency health orders and health order appeals when one is issued. That's what we're doing this evening for the property at 16 Washington Street. There is a congruent track that is taking place for this property when it comes to zoning. That will be held in the Developmental Review Board forum, not at the Select Board. And so I would ask that as we discuss this issue, that we hold questions about zoning for the DRB, and that we don't discuss them here because this board doesn't speak to that, nor can we make any kind of ruling about zoning when it comes to a zoning violation like that. There's a separate track there, and we can figure out when that would be, and people can attend that meeting should they like. And then besides that, just for kind of going through the process for this evening, what I'd like to do is allow the public health officer, AC Chuck Keir, to speak to the emergency health order that the board is considering tonight. Then I'd like to give Mr. Dimes an opportunity to speak. And then I would invite members of the public to speak on this item if they have knowledge about any kind of emergency health situation happening at this property that the board is considering this evening. We're kind of in a position of taking in evidence in considering this order. And so larger discussions about policy, those can happen in a different time. But for tonight, we really just want specific information about what we're considering here and the events here. And then finally, what the board will do is we will either accept the emergency health order as presented. We can modify it in any way we see fit, as long as we do if we're within the bounds of our legal duties and responsibilities, or we can reject it in full. And so once we've heard all of the evidence and we've discussed it amongst ourselves, then we will make a motion and vote on it. So with that, I will pass it over to AC Keir for the presentation.
Great. Thanks for having me. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So what I thought I'd do first is just kind of go over a little bit about my roles and responsibilities as town health officer, kind of discuss a little bit of the chronological events that kind of led us to today. And then, of course, I'll discuss my findings and my conclusion. So by your appointment from the Brattleboro Select Board, you have obligated and given me the authority by Vermont law to investigate and mitigate any potential or existing public health hazard for the town of Brattleboro. My responsibility is to investigate all complaints and, when necessary, exercise my authority to take emergency mitigation steps to enforce any state health regulations and local health ordinances in the town of Brattleboro. Further, Chapter 8 of the Brattleboro Town Ordinance, Section 3, unsanitary use of property states, it shall be unlawful for any person to allow his or her property to become a public nuisance. More specifically, relating to this case, the 3 bullets bullet point 3, 4, and 5. Bullet point 3, any premises that has unsanitary sewage or plumbing facilities. Bullet point 4, any premise designated as unsafe for human habitation. And bullet point 5, any premises that is manifesting capable of being a fire hazard and manifested unsafe or unsecure as to endanger life, limb, or property. I kind of want to reiterate what the select board chair, Ian, has said. There's two different paths. I am very much specifically speaking on the role of the town health officer and not from any zoning point here, and would direct all those to the DRB. So kind of how we got to here today. On January 30th, 2023, I received a written complaint from the property owner of 20 Washington Street, Eric Stewart, regarding the trailers and RVs located behind 16 Washington Street. Specifically, he was most concerned about the improper disposal of human waste and the use of extension cords to power each of the trailers in fear that it would create a significant fire hazard. On February 1st, 2023, I received notification from Brian Bannon, Town of Brattleboro zoning administrator, that 16 Washington Street was in violation of Brattleboro land use regulations. Brian also provided documentation he had given to Mr. Dimes regarding the use of rental properties, and they're subject to town ordinance, chapter 8, health and sanitation, fire inspection, rental properties. After the complaint was received, an inspection was scheduled for February 7th, 2023 at 1 p.m. Formal notification of the inspection was delivered both via email and in person to Mr. Dames of 16 Washington Street on February 2nd, 2023. Following my inspection on February 2023 by the authority granted under Title 18 of Vermont statute, I ordered the property owner of 16 Washington Street, Kurt Dime, have 48 hours to stop any further habitation of the accessory units located on his property. My investigation findings during the inspection on February 7th, Inspector Nelson, zoning administrator Brian Bannon, he also serves as an assistant town health officer, and I performed a health inspection of the 3 accessory units located on the property of 16 Washington Street. During the inspection, we were also joined by the property owner, Kurt Dimes. All select board members, town manager, fire chief, and Kurt Dimes have received my inspection report along with supporting material. I will pull out some of the major fire and health code violations of that report and not know every single one, but more of the ones that are the most concerning to me. Unit 1, 2, and 3 have no secondary means of egress, no secondary means of escape, that is. Towels and curtains are used for interior doors. All windows are blocked by material preventing egress, emergency egress. This is per code NFPA 101. Units 1, 2, and 3, all wall coverings were found to be flammable or not UL listed approved material. For such, wall coverings were made of styrofoam, wood, and plastic, and that was common in all 3 units. This is code set NFPA 101, that all wall coverings must be Class A, Class B, or Class C fire rated. The first 2 that I speak of right there are significant concerns for me. The trailers themselves present a significant fire hazard to any occupant inside. The rapid spread of fire and the dense smoke that would be created from the styrofoam would immediately endanger people. And then the lack of egress would further prevent them from escaping the trailers in a timely fashion and create a significant risk to human life. Moving further, unit 1, 2, and 3, electrical hazards were found in all 3 units. Such items as multi-plug adapters should not be used as a substitute for permanent wiring or receptacles. Extension cords shall not be used as suitable permanent wiring. In general, NFPA 1 states very clearly that All electrical wiring and equipment shall be installed and maintained in accordance with NFPA 70, National Electrical Code, and NFPA 73, Residential Safety Code, as adopted by Electricians Licensing Board. And this is, again, pulled from NFPA 1, NFPA 70, and NFPA 73. Units 1, 2, and 3 have no carbon monoxide detection and only the use of ionization type smoke detection. The code requires photoelectric smoke detection be used in all living units. And this is per NFPA 101. Units 1, 2, and 3, no unit is attached to an approved public or private human waste disposal system. This is from the code set Vermont Rental Housing and Health Code. Units 1, 2, and 3 units are not attached to an approved public or private sanitary water supply sufficient in quality and pressure to meet the ordinary means of any occupant. To further point out, no potable water supply is offered to any RV unit or accessory unit. And this is from the Vermont Rental Housing and Health Code. Lastly noted, human waste was found around the property and being disposed of in common trash. This is a strong indication of the poor living conditions that I stated from inside the RVs. The unregulated control of human waste and fecal matter creates an immediate public health hazard. This is from the code set Vermont Rental Housing Health Code and from Brattleboro Ordinance Chapter 8. After my investigation and in conclusion, I've also received 3 other complaints from neighboring properties since issuing my emergency health order effective February 10th, 2023, to stop any further habitation in accessory units located at 16 Washington Street. Taylor Dunn of 20 Washington Street, Jennifer Latham of 10 Washington Street, Jessica Pichette, 15 Washington Street, all have indicated complaints continuing past that date that Kurt Diamond continues to have not complied with the emergency health order and continues to allow the RVs to be occupied. One thing that I do ask of the Brattleboro Select Board is to alter, excuse me just for a second. I do ask of the Brattleboro Select Board to alter my health order. I asked the Brattleboro Select Board to alter my health order to not to allow the RVs to be occupied until the following conditions are met. And the expectation is that the 6 following conditions be met within 10 business days. Number 1, have all units meet the sanitary needs defined by the Vermont Rental Housing Health Code and obtain the necessary permits for wastewater for each unit. Number 2, fix all RVs electrical deficiencies as per NFPA 1, 70, and 73. All electrical work must be performed by a Vermont licensed electrician. Number 3, create and keep a clear second means of egress for each trailer as per NFPA 101. Remove all wall and window coverings not UL listed for this application. All wall coverings must be Class A, Class B, or Class C fire rated material as per NFPA 101. Install heating units sufficient to heat each unit per Vermont Rental Housing and Health Code. Number 5. And number 6, install carbon monoxide and photoelectric smoke detection as per NFPA 101. Again, thanks for hearing me out, and I'll conclude my initial points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AC Kier. Can you just repeat condition 4?
Sure. Condition 4, remove all wall and window coverings not UL listed for that particular application. All wall coverings must be Class A, Class B, Class C rated, fire rated per NFPA 101.
Thank you very much. All right, board, I'm going to just turn it over directly to Mr. Dimes to speak to the emergency health order. And I'm assuming he is on Zoom. I don't see him here.
Maybe raise a hand.
Wants to raise his hand?
I don't see him.
Okay.
You might ask him to raise his hand one more time.
Yeah, Kurt, if you want to raise your hand for us to recognize you to be able to speak on this item. Okay. So board, in that case, I would welcome, and unless there are questions, specifically from, AC Cure's,
We got.
we got,
Jess has it.
oh, Jess, yes.
Yes, I mean, I was just curious, we did put on the agenda that we would get this item at 6:45. And it's not yet 6:45. I don't know if it's possible Mr. Dimes was waiting to log in.
We could take comment.
Yeah, I guess we'll begin taking comments and we'll check again at 6:45. I guess that is one of the issues with putting things on and moving too quickly.
Although full times are approximate.
All times are, yes. But I appreciate the point, Jess. Thank you. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna start taking some comments from the public. And I'm gonna remind again, because there are some people who have come in after I kind of gave my initial spiel. What the board is looking for this evening is information and testimony about the emergency health order condition at 16 Washington Street. Discussions about zoning and discussions about general policy considerations are not appropriate for right now. What the board really needs to hear about are specific instances and experiences that people have had about this, so the board can consider the emergency health order and the requested actions be taken by Mr. Dimes that have been presented by AC Cure. So with that, I would look to the public first in the room. If there's anybody, if you want to raise your hand and yep, you're gonna come on up. So I'll ask you to come to the mic if you want to state your name for the record. And in this instance, it would be very helpful for you to explain your connection to this for the board.
My name is Eric Stewart.
Okay.
I live at 20 Washington Street, at the property that adjoins Mr. Dames's property. I've watched everything that's been going on there since October. I want to be very delicate about this because I have all the empathy and compassion in the world for people dealing with housing insecurity. And I can affirm his findings visually based on things that I've seen in my own yard. I can see the way that the electric is hooked up. Frankly, I have a 1.5-year-old daughter. There has been times where she's seen people using the bathroom in the open air. That's unacceptable. We are worried about the health and safety of the tenants in Mr. Dames's property, who he is the landlord of. And we are worried about the health and safety of everybody living around there, whether that would be a fire to break out or, again, the issue of untreated human waste not being dealt with. And Mr. Dames has never even attempted to articulate a reason why he as a landlord is exempt from providing his tenants with the bare minimum of running water and the ability to remove their waste. And I also want to resist the narrative that this is about prejudiced NIMBY neighbors. That's not what this is about. This is about holding Mr. Dames accountable to very reasonable standards that all landlords should be held to account. He is the private property owner who is allowing people to use it as a dwelling. And by definition, he is a landlord. And by definition, he has to provide those things. And so I'm just affirming the testimony that I've heard so far, and I'll happy to speak again if anyone wants me to clarify the things that I've seen. And I guess I'll yield my.
Yeah, you had 1 minute left, but it's fine. Okay, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Eric. Okay, I will As is my want, I like to go from the room to Zoom and then back to the room. But I've noted your hand and you're next for the room. But I would like to give Mr. Dimes an opportunity to speak. It is now past 6:45 from my watch. So Kurt, if you're here, if you want to raise your hand so that you can be recognized and be able to speak on this item. Okay. And I don't see any other hands at the moment from Zoom. So yeah, please, you want to, let's have one at a time, please. So.
Yes, my name is Kevin Collins. I'd like to rebut something that he had said. Mr. James has done a lot to help a lot of people. This is not a perfect solution, but it's a start. The thing with the sanitary, we have bottled water in the camper, and there is a portage on the property that we can use. We also have access to a running shower in the house. So the health concerns with the running water is not really a concern. It's not a concern to me. It's not a concern to her because we do have options.
Can you just explain to the board your connection to this?
I am staying with Stacy in one of them.
In one of the RVs?
Yes.
Okay.
He's done a lot to, I wouldn't say circumvent what's going on. He's playing by the rules. He did put in new CO2 detectors. We got a fire extinguisher in our camper. He's doing what's got to be done. It's an RV. It's not a house. House has flammable stuff on the walls also. I mean, I don't understand why he's saying he needs fire retarded building materials in a camper. They don't come that way. You know, I don't understand why that's even an issue, but, and with the extension cords running to the campers to power them up, that's what you would use at a campsite, unless you would use a generator. So either way, I don't see why that would be an issue also. They are the right cords for the camper. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I'm going to look back to Zoom if there's any hands, and I don't see any. So, yep, I'll just invite the person in the back there.
I just have a quick comment based on, I guess,
So if you want to
oh, sorry.
stating your name, where you're from, how you're connected to this.
Sure. I'm Taylor Dunn. I also live at 20 Washington with my husband, Eric Stewart. I just want for the record to know that there was no porta potty there until the date of the health inspection. And people had been living there since November.
Okay, thank you very much. It's done. Back to Zoom. I don't see any other hands, so anyone else like to speak to it in the room? Yep.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Latham. I live at 10 Washington Street on the other side. I just want to add a comment to this gentleman's to maybe help answer some of the concern that I have, because I live so close, and possibly to your camper, is that I actually have done projects where I've housed people in RVs in very remote locations. The thing is that and the fire chief could add to this, is that I believe that when there's a fire, you have like.
I just don't mean to interrupt, but if you direct your.
Sorry,
comments to
okay.
the select board,
Yes,
we try
sorry.
to keep it from going from people
Yes.
directing to each other. Thank you.
If there is a fire, I believe that humans have about 1 to 2 minutes to get out, and that an RV can engulf in 5 minutes. It's not the same as a house that has other materials. So that's my concern, is that humans can't get out, you know, and it's not like it's the summer where there's no heaters running and that kind of thing, which probably would make me feel a little better. But in the winter, you're all drawing, there's wiring and there's space heaters. And so that is my concern, is that they are extremely dangerous. And I don't want loss of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samantha. I do see a hand now.
Yep, Carolyn Conrad.
Want to just state your name, where you're from, and how you're connected to this for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Carolyn Conrad. I live adjacent to the property in question. One of the things I want to mention is that Mr. Dames has declared this an emergency measure. And it's an emergency that he has declared. It's not an emergency declared by the town, the county, or the state. Now, perhaps there should be an emergency declared for people who are unhoused, but he's asking for a variance of health and safety standards based on an emergency of his own declaration. And that is essentially his excuse for not providing habitable, safe facilities on his property. And I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much. Ms. Conrad. We will move back to in the room. Any other hands? I don't see any at the moment. So what I'd like to just remind the board of is what's actually before us for consideration right now, which is a six-part, 6 conditions that AC Cure laid out for us that would need to be met within 10 business days of this emergency health order, and that no one would be allowed to reside within the RVs until those conditions were met. Chuck, can you just tell me, is there simply another inspection in 10 days that is conducted to determine whether these conditions have been met?
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll schedule an inspection with Mr. Dimes to ensure that these conditions have been met and that we would then lift the health order.
Okay. Board members, questions or comments on? Yes, Tim?
I have a question. Earlier, I thought in this whole story, I thought there were 4 units on a property. Could I just have a clarification of, because 3 are mentioned?
Yes. So on my inspection, I only noted 3 RVs. That was the only thing, that there were only 3 RVs when I was there. I haven't driven by the property and seen smaller units, a van type of unit there as well, but it was not there during my inspection. So it was not noted, and I have no physical proof that it's used as a residential unit.
And if that unit were to be returned to the property, it would also need to comply with the 6 conditions as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks for filling that next question in.
Yeah, sorry. Other questions, Tim, or?
Not at this point.
Okay. Other board members? Jess?
Yeah, I have a question about those 6 items. I don't think I heard, one of the things in your report was about access for emergency vehicles and numbering for the 911 dispatch. Is that on your remedy list? And is that something that you continue to be concerned about?
It's not one of those items that is on my 6 remedy list, but I would remind the board, you guys have a higher authority on this than me. And that would be a requirement. It's definitely a concern that when we respond to these addresses from the 911 perspective, not knowing where we're going or how a unit is labeled can definitely aid in or slow the aid of any first responder getting to there. So you guys can definitely add another one if you so choose.
Jess, are you suggesting as such, or?
I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Other board members?
We heard from everybody.
We can hear from more people, but I wanted to give us we've heard some discussion now, and I wanted to give people an opportunity. If not, I can go back to see if there's anyone else who, yeah, Jess.
I did have another question, and it's around some of the compliance issues with Vermont Rental Housing Code. And this might be a question that gets addressed in the zoning hearing or with the planning commission, planning folks, but we have different requirements in town zoning wise for congregate dwelling units versus rental housing. There's requirements for things like kitchens and things. So I'm just curious if you feel that all of the requirements under the Vermont rental housing code are the appropriate ones to apply to this situation, or if that's something that you would like further support or guidance or information on from the planning department or the select board.
Some of this I'm going to defer to the town attorney, but it's my full understanding that Mr. Dimes is receiving financial compensation or physical compensation for the use of those rental units, and therefore would fall under Vermont Rental Housing and Health Code. Now, if there's other suggestions out there from the zoning, then I'm going to defer that to the town attorney.
If you just want me to respond with regard to that, setting zoning completely aside, rental housing by our own ordinances is defined as all dwellings, dwelling units, rooming houses, rooming units, or mobile home lots let by the owner to one or more persons to be used as a regular residence. So based on that, I hope that answers Jessica's question as to why we're applying the rental housing codes and the definitions therein, as well as the ones that the town has in its ordinance are very similar to the ones in the rental housing code. So they're almost identical.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bob. All right. So I will turn it back over. If there's any other additional comment, I'm going to take people who haven't spoken yet before we hear from anybody who's spoken already. Raise your hand. We don't see anyone on Zoom. We've already heard from you, so I just want to see if there's anybody else. Yep. If you want to just head over to the microphone there so BC TV can pick you up. And just because you've come in a little late, I just want to remind you that I'm holding public comment to 3 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to sort of wrap it up within 3 minutes, please.
Okay, I'm from BCS and we believe.
And if you want to just state your name, where you're from,
and
then how you're connected to this agenda item, that would be very helpful for us.
Okay, I'm the safety guy.
At the property?
Yeah.
You're the safety guy at 16 Washington Street?
Yeah, 18? Yeah.
16?
16, yes. Yes.
Okay.
We believe our findings are mute according to the statement here. That?
If you, I don't really know what we do with a handout like that. It's not part of the public record. And so.
I think if it's going to be evidence, it should be presented to you as the chair, and then you can determine how it's to be.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to bring it on up then.
You, sir.
And there are 5 copies, which is
5 or 6 there. I think we're at 8 total.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, they're each, okay. And I'm gonna hand one of these over to them. Yep, you wanna come on up? Hand over this.
My name is Tom Oxholm. I live on South Main Street and have approximately 80 feet of abutting property in my backyard. I don't know how this is a process in terms of objecting, but I object to the way this presentation was just made to you of this abutting commentary from BAC or BCS. This is an open forum, and I think that we should be able to hear the issues, especially as Kurt Dimes, who kind of created this whole mess, is not here to represent himself. I think that we should be entitled to hear and be part of what you guys are seeing.
So I haven't made any kind of, we haven't made any kind of decision on sort of considering this that was presented. I wanted to give it to our town attorney to review first and then hear from him.
I understand that, but many of us made the time and effort to come here tonight.
Yep.
Hoping to find out how this might be resolved, and it questions the integrity of this process in my book, especially if the main complainant person isn't here,
What questions the integrity of the process, sir?
that he's not here to deliver this himself, that you're getting something statement from him that was probably written by him that we're not entitled to participate in hearing.
So if the board were to consider the item that was presented, that would, okay,
So that's,
okay, thank you.
Can it be read?
Yeah, it's very,
Yeah, but the first page.
yeah.
This.
So,
first page-
so I'm gonna actually just hold us all for a second. So Bob, thoughts on,
Right.
Yeah.
So with regard to this, if the person from BCS wishes to read this, that's fine. And I would also say based on, because you're acting in a quasi judicial manner, that reliable hearsay is theoretically admissible,
Mhm.
and the board can give it its whatever weight you wish to give it. But taking a very cursory glance at this just over the last minute or two here, if the person from BCS, Steve, sorry, I didn't get his last name.
yeah, Corbin?
Boardman, was it?
Worman.
Warman.
Wishes to read this into the record, I think that would be perfectly permissible for purposes of you as the board making your decision based on evidence presented to you, whatever form that evidence takes.
Okay. Yeah, board members, are you, Daniel?
Yeah, I just have a question about, this was warned as an emergency health order appeal. Mr. Dimes was made aware of the health order and wasn't made aware of the date in which an order could be appealed if he chose to appeal it. So I'm quite surprised, frankly, that he has chosen not to attend this meeting, given his attendance in many, many, many of our other meetings, which, is to his credit. But failing to attend this one, I would say, for me, seems tantamount to not wishing to appeal, although this late-breaking document that we've just been handed here, I'm presuming is some kind of appeal. I'm happy for it to be read. But I think that the failure of the property owner to attend this important meeting speaks rather loudly.
Yeah, Tim?
I mean, I'm of the mood that we should consider it just as much and no more as any other testimony that we've heard here today. Because perhaps a summary of the person who handed it to us, from the person who handed it to us for 3 minutes, because it's impossible to absorb this and sort of weight it for this long warned and properly prepared for meeting as we have it right now. So.
Yep, Liz?
I note that the emergency health order was issued in Mr. Dames's name. And yet Mr. Dames did not sign this statement for himself. And that troubles me. But I think in order for us to understand the gist of his appeal, these first 4 paragraphs should be read, although the gentleman just left, so.
Did he just leave?
And well, I just think that the public who is present should understand what these words are, and it should be read aloud for those purposes.
Okay, well,
Ian?
yes, Jess.
Also, Mr. Dimes emailed this to us at 6:06 today. In case any of you weren't on your email at that time, he emailed it to the full board.
It kind of just gets back to the issue of it not being in the public record. It doesn't really matter if it was emailed to us. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Mr. Warman left because I was just going to ask him to read the first page into the record for us. Yeah, I think I am of a mind to not consider this if we have no one here to speak to it. But I'm looking to Attorney Fisher to ensure that I'm not, I should be inclined to consider.
I think it's within your discretion as the board whether to accept this or not. The idea of having it read, I thought, especially this first summary page, seems to make sense, but if the gentleman has left, I leave it, it's entirely within your discretion.
We have someone else who said that they're willing to read it. Yep. Can you, yeah, I would, for completeness of the record, I'd like if you can just read the first page of this into the record, please.
My name is Stacy Martin.
Stacy, can you just state where you live and how you're connected to this?
I'm living in one of the RVs on his property.
Thank you.
16 Washington Street. Brattleboro Common Sense asserts that the inspection of the vehicles used in our emergency housing project EHRB is based on regulations that are not to the situation. The emergency health order relies on
Regulations?
Regulations for housing, rental arrangements, structures, lots, mobile homes, and recreational vehicles. None of the vehicles nor their current use satisfies the criteria for these terms for our purposes of regulation. We ask that this report be rejected as a prohibitively defective, and process of enforcing to be halted. The failure to include the rights notice in, I'm a bad reader sometimes.
No, I appreciate you.
Procedural rights.
Procedural rights.
Procedural rights notice in this statutory flaw under Title 18, Section 127C. In the emergency order of the statement of right to appeal at the February 21st, 2023 regular meeting of the Select Board is wrong. Under Section 127C, BCS receiving the order shall be given the opportunity and hearing within 5 business days of the emergency health order. The emergency order is defective. The intro to the emergency order is false, inflammatory, and prejudicial, claiming without bias, and the vehicles and the temporary shelter they provide are a danger to the community, and implying that the handicapped and homeless people living here are unsanitary. While leaving the premises, Mr. Kier
Yep.
said that the RVs were more dangerous than sleeping in snow, which I disagree. It's like,
Let's not have any commentary, just have you read it out.
which is absurd. He refused to say which conditions were accrued would make them suffer than sleeping in snow.
Safer, yeah.
Brattleboro Common Sense has informed town officials of the project several times since January 2021, hoping that the reasonable corroboration as some officers have offered. We are eager to work within a capable regulations. It is critical to the project to know this information since one purpose of the project is to provide a model for private property owners to share their land and create housing in relief of the housing crisis. We would like to keep adjusting the project in accordance with the corporation of the town. In that spirit, we have addressed many of the items in order, regardless of their incapability. Below are a brief response in specific items in the inspection report. A much more detailed conversation needs to take place.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yep, and I will take Dick, if you want to speak to this briefly.
Yeah, just a question for Bobby. Does the board, or you, Mr. Chairman, does the board get to go into deliberative session to discuss this after hearing from the public and obviously from the fire department, and then come out and give your reading?
So much like the DRB has an opportunity to do so. Yeah, great question, Dick. I don't know the answer to that.
You have the,
Okay, I apologize. He introduced himself a little earlier in the meeting, but you are right. So, Dick, do you mind?
Excuse me, Dick DeGray, District 2.
And
Just a point of order question.
He's not providing any information about this, and yeah. Okay.
you have the ability to go into deliberative session if you so choose, because you are acting in a quasi judicial manner in issuing the health order or modifying the health order or overturning the health order. Those are essentially your three options. So if you choose to do that, then you could deliberate in private, come back and issue your decision. If you don't feel that you need that, you can take a motion and make the order or determination as you see fit.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, board. We've got a couple more hands up. Gentleman backside his hand up for a minute. That's Eric.
So this is Eric again, and I would really like to just encourage the select board to really narrow our focus. This is not about Brattleboro common sense. They do not own the property. Kurt Dames exclusively owns the property and exclusively entered into a transactional relationship with tenants in 3 properties in his backyard. He should be, if he is making a claim in his defense, he should be doing so himself as the property owner in question. He is listed on the violations. Everything else is irrelevant. And I would like to just encourage the select board to continue to hold Mr. Dames accountable by incurring fines and injunctive relief, because he's continued to not act in good faith negotiations with the select board or with the neighbors. I made the time to come down here. Right? The least that Mr. Dames could do is come down here. That's all I have to say is narrow your view. This is about Kurt Dames. This is not about Brattleboro common sense. Kurt Dames as a landlord and his rights to provide his tenants with their rights.
Thank you very much. Yep. So, and this time you're speaking for the first time for yourself. So you want to just state your name and where you're from and how you're connected for the record.
I'm Stacy Martin, and I am one of the ones residing in one of the RVs. I do want to make it known that we are not paying rent. We do not pay rent. We are there helping, and my partner and I, he is doing the construction work and anything else that needs to be done on the RVs in a timely manner. Also noted in our RV, there has been, ever since we moved in, a composting toilet that is considered legal. I mean, it's been there, it's functional. We've you don't have to have running water when it comes to a composting toilet. I'm sure you guys know what those are, but to address that issue, there's never been, sorry, I'm getting lost in my own words right now, but that's
okay.
Sorry.
And one question, Ms. Martin, did you ever pay rent?
No.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, board, we've got one more hand here, and then let's have a kind of final discussion and this determine whether we want to enter into executive session or not. I see Sophia, I believe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. My name's Sophia. My sister is a neighbor of Kurt. I just want to say, when this all happened, I was very concerned about my family living in Brattleboro and my niece. And I immediately found a Craigslist ad advertising the exact location with rent involved. I don't have a screenshot of it, but I just wanted to leave that in the comments just to So that's on everyone's mind that he was charging rent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophia. All right, board. So as we understand, we could enter into it's not an executive session, it's a different deliberative session, if you would so wish. I don't personally feel the need to. I think it's very clear. We've taken evidence. I appreciate comments as to Mr. Dimes choosing not to appear. You know, it's my want as chair to try to be as fair as possible to the process. The gentleman came in representing that it was something by Mr. Dimes, and so having it read, at least the substantive portion of it, into the record is important to me. I believe it's entirely within the board's right to consider the weight to give that kind of evidence, considering it was read by someone who was here entirely of their own accord to present their own experience and not there to read this into the record. Thank you again very much for doing that. I really appreciate it. And so with that, I feel no need to deliberate, to go into deliberative session. I think AC Kier has laid out a very clear set of 6 conditions that Mr. Dimes, as the landowner, needs to meet if he were to want to have any kind of unit on the property where people would live in an RV. You know, it's a very noble thing that maybe Mr. Dimes is trying to do, considering the housing emergency that this entire state is facing. It is the town's responsibility to ensure that there is safe and clean housing for people to live in town. And that's what our purpose as the health commissioners is to do, is to ensure that that's happening. And I think that the evidence before us is pretty clear that we need to make these conditions for Mr. Dimes to meet before anyone can live in any kind of housing there. Yeah. Liz.
I just take exception to your use of the word housing emergency in the state of Vermont. That has not been declared. We have not declared it as such. Only Mr. Dames has declared it as such. And I wouldn't want to accept his narrative on that case.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't even considering it in anything that anyone else has said. I just mean that
crisis.
Yeah, we think a lot about housing on the board and in this state because there is a great need for it.
And I'm ready to make a motion. Anyone is ready.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we hear from other board members before we hear a motion. If there's anyone else that wants to speak. See, Tim?
I just had a question for Bob.
Yeah, please.
Bob, AC Kier referred to a 10-day window. Should we decide to affirm this in full, or as stated here and modified by AC Kier, there's a 10-day window for the remedy?
That's just his recommendation, and
Okay.
AC Kier can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see that in the statute that it's required to be 10 days. It's just what is a reasonable time by which Mr. Dames would be able to make these repairs if he chooses to do that.
Okay. Given that answer, I want to kind of remind my fellow board members that my concern here, well, I just want to juxtapose something. You might recall that we had not 1, but 2 health orders issued, I believe on the same day, but I could be wrong. It might have been one day after
Correct.
another that same week. In the other case, and I won't go into who that was and the circumstances, but in the other case, the remedy was almost instantaneous. It was a very quick remedy. And that's what we always hope to have happen and not get to this point. So I want my fellow board members in consideration, and just to think about the juxtaposition between the reactions of these 2 landlords.
Yeah.
I'm very displeased with just lots of noise have been made, out on social media and trying to gather points and strengths and inviting TV crews. It's a lot of noise for a very dangerous situation. And I think it has to be remedied as quickly as possible. So I want us to consider that.
Thank you very much, Tim. Jess, see your hand?
Quick question for AC Kier. Are you going to be allowing folks, or would we consider allowing folks to live there for the 10 days until it's remedied, or should it be unoccupied until it is fully remedied? Those 6 points.
I would highly recommend to the board that they do not allow occupancy of those units. They are extremely dangerous, as I mentioned before, and I have grave fear for the immediate life of people that inhabit those. The board can make that choice if you so choose.
Okay, Tim?
So,
Sorry.
Jess,
well, I just wanted to follow up and make a comment on it. Is that okay?
please.
All right. Yeah. Just sort of echoing what you said, Ian, I feel very strongly that it's our responsibility to make sure that when landlords are providing housing to our community members, they are providing safe, livable, healthy spaces for people to be in. I think that we've done a lot of work to move towards that with the health inspections and really investing in rental housing assistance programs as well. And I know that there is the rental housing assistance program listed as one of the things on our financial report, where there are grants of up to $25,000 for folks providing housing in rental situations to improve that housing. I believe Kurt was made aware of this back in October, as well as he was beginning discussions with town staff on the project that he has begun. So, I think it's really important that we do our work and we make sure housing is safe for folks in Brattleboro. I think it's also important to acknowledge the harm that an action like this can cause, which is the displacement of folks that are living in the properties identified in the health order. So I think it's important, just as we consider all of this, to also understand that this is destabilizing housing for those folks that live there, and it's traumatic and upsetting, and the town should try to do its best to reduce the amount of harm that it is causing to those folks who are most vulnerable in this situation.
Thank you, Jess. AC Kier?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of further point out what Jess was alluding to too. There are services out there for the people that are being displaced. Vermont Economic Services, if they're able to provide the inspection report, which was provided to Kurt Dimes, or I'm happy to provide that to anybody that so chooses or needs it. If they're able to provide that report to them, that does entitle them some housing if available. That information was also provided the day of the inspection to Mr. Dimes.
Great. Thank you, AC Kier. All right, board members, any other comments? Liz?
I just want to go back to something Tim said, the other emergency orders, the other people involved understood the seriousness of the health order and remedied it quickly. Mr. Dames continues to fight this and has a complete lack of understanding of the health and safety rules and regulations.
Great. Thank you, Liz. All right, in that case, I have the conditions here, so I'm ready. I will, even though I usually don't like to, I will make the motion as chair. So the motion would be for the property located at 16 Washington Street, that the RVs are not to be occupied, or any additional RVs that are brought to the property are not to be occupied until the conditions are met, and a further inspection is conducted within 10 business days. First, to have all units meet the sanitary needs defined by the Vermont Rental Housing Health Code and obtain all necessary permits for wastewater for each unit. 2, fix all RVs, accessory units, electrical differences as per NFPA 170 and 73. All electrical work must be performed by a Vermont licensed electrician. 3, create and keep a clear second means of egress per NFPA 101. 4, remove all wall and window covering not UL listed for that application. All wall coverings must be Class A, Class B, or Class C fire rated per NFPA 101. 5, install heating units sufficient to heat each unit per Vermont Rental Housing Health Code. And 6, install carbon monoxide or photoelectric smoke detection as per NFPA 101 in each unit. I look to AC here to ensure I got that all right.
That's correct. I would just reiterate number 6, install carbon monoxide and photoelectric smoke detection. As
And
per
thank you very much. Thank you. So any further discussion, board? Tim?
I'd like to reduce that to 5 days.
Tim would like to reduce it to 5 days versus 10. Discussion?
Maybe 5 actual days instead of
5 business days.
because
One of the requirements is to get an electrician and that's an element of it, but
I mean, my mood is immediately, but you can't, you literally can't have that kind of,
yeah.
The people will be removed from the units immediately, and the 10 days will be for reinspection, correct?
Is it 10 days or 10 business days, Chuck?
I suggested 10 business days, mostly for the same point that you did with the licensed electrician.
Yeah. Okay, I respectfully disagree.
okay, clarity on the removal question though. What is that?
I don't know what you're referring to.
But people will not be allowed to live in these units.
How will that be enforced?
So, really good point, Liz. So one of the things that we continually face in terms of telling health officer or our authority is just that. It's not limited to particularly enforcement. We're telling Mr. Dimes not to occupy those units, but there's not going to be a person that goes out there and physically removes somebody. That's not how it works. It's the responsibility of the property owner to ensure that he's complying with the order.
Bob?
And if I could just follow up on that, what Chuck says is correct. And as far as the enforcement, the town would then need to seek injunctive relief in court to actually have an order that the tenants be removed. So that would be the next step of enforcement that the town would take.
So, so after the 10 days, the inspection's conducted. If there are people still living in the RVs, these conditions haven't been met. The next step is an injunctive relief brought by the town. And this, again, does not speak at all to the other track, which is the zoning violation, which is going to be going through the DRB and potentially the environmental court.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Does that,
in that case, I'll remove my insistence on 5.
okay.
Just
So back to 10 business days, and any other discussion? Daniel?
Yeah, I haven't spoken very much on this, largely because I'm sort of disappointed and frustrated with it all. I'm saddened that a well-meaning community member, is putting vulnerable people in harm's way. I spend my days working with housing insecure folks and helping with home heating emergencies. And this is kind of one thing I've seen a lot over the last several years where folks have not been able to access stable, safe, affordable housing. And so they've resorted to measures such as living in campers, during the winter time. And it might be okay to get you through a night or two, but it's not a safe way to live. And any person who's providing that kind of property is providing it knowing that it's not a safe way to live. So that disturbs me because I know that Mr. Dimes is a well-intentioned person and cares about, folks in this community. I'm also, frustrated with the limits of our, powers here, right? Chuck is a professional individual who has gone to this property and made an assessment that I trust because of his professional expertise. And, and yet ACK is telling us that, as far as enforcement goes, that's tough and we'll probably end up in the courts and we'll see how that goes for us. I feel the pain of the neighbors. You know, I actually used to live over the street from that property, and lived next door to some challenging neighbors of my own, and you know, and that's really tough. And I wish that we had a quicker remedy for you. So you know, it's kind of, well, I won't say the phrase I was going to say, but it's not a great situation for all the people involved. And I really wish that it hadn't come to any of this, because Mr. Dimes was well aware that this kind of housing arrangement was not gonna fly months ago, and has insisted on coming to many of our board meetings and speaking to that measure in public participation, where he's promoted it as a sensible way to address our housing situation, and it is not, and he knows it is not. So, you know, I will concur with Assistant Chief Kerr's health order. He has modified it in a reasonable way. He's given Mr. Dimes 10 days to make these accommodations, and I hope that Mr. Dimes will take that seriously.
Thank you very much for that, Daniel. So board, one final thing that I want to bring up is just that 10 business days, if the property owner is not compliant with the 6 conditions, if we were to vote these in, I'm assuming we do, then we don't meet within the 10 days or right after that. So I think the select board should provide town staff with guidance as to whether to immediately seek injunctive relief against the property owner should, after the 10 days, the conditions not be met.
Can you add that to the motion?
Do I need to add it to the motion?
It would be helpful because then that gives the town staff direction.
So, okay, so after the condition 6, should the property owner of 16 Washington Street not comply with this emergency health order and the 6 conditions, then the Brattleboro Select Board advises town staff to immediately seek injunctive relief to ensure compliance.
We're gonna let you make that motion.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat all of it. What I'm going to look to Bob and ensure is the record clear enough from what we've discussed for the written order.
Right, you've read out the 6 conditions. So
Yep.
I think if you make a motion that Mr. Dimes remedy the situation by doing those 6 conditions as outlined within the 10 business days and direct town, you know.
Yep. Okay, so the motion is that Mr. Dimes, the property owner at 16 Washington Street, comply with the 6 conditions as discussed and not allow anyone to live in the RVs on the property until those conditions are met, and that those conditions be met within 10 business days for an inspection, and that town staff should immediately seek injunctive relief in the courts should at the 10-day inspection these 6 conditions not be met. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. I really thank all the people who came out to speak on this item, and I really hope that this can conclude in a favorable way. And with that, I would look for a motion to Daniel.
I move to adjourn as health commissioners.
Daniel has made a motion to adjourn as health commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 9, unfinished business, the regulation of public tree ordinances. Do we need to convene a public hearing? Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to, as chair, convene a public hearing. It doesn't require a vote, I don't believe.
Right.
No.
Just
So
opening the public hearing.
public hearing convened. And I invite, if we've got, welcome tree committee member representatives. So it's a little earlier this time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, board members. So this is the second reading of the tree committee's regulation of public tree ordinance, and we will possibly adopt it this evening. I want to give the tree committee representatives an opportunity to speak again to this item. But I would remind the board and the public that we had a really thorough and great discussion of this last meeting. And we really appreciated all of that discussion, especially because it's so late at night. So I'll hand it over. I'm not sure. Yep.
I'll start. Thank you for inviting us back or welcoming us back. My name is Peter Lynch, and I'm the Highway and Utilities Superintendent at the Department of Public Works. And with me this evening is our tree warden, Dan Adams, and Mary Henninger, who is on the Tree Advisory Board, and she is one of the project leads for the evaluation of the ordinance and changes that we're going to go through this evening. So as you stated, we met on February 7th at the select board meeting for the first reading, and there were many great, it was a great discussion as a tree board. We learned a lot from you and from those that spoke to us after. And we went after that meeting, the board did, and made 3 minor changes that Mary's going to discuss with you in a few minutes to the proposed ordinance that was in front of you on the 7th. It's important to recognize that both the Tree Advisory Board and Dan Adams, our tree warden, use the regulation of public trees, the ordinance, for guidance for everything they do within the town of Brattleboro as it relates to public trees. The last time that our ordinance was updated was in 2004. And since that time, both the state of Vermont through statute and also our own zoning board has made changes that no longer put our ordinance in alignment with what they have done. So we're here, we spent Mary specifically, along with Robert, who was here at the last meeting, and the members of the board have spent the last 18 months-ish learning exactly what the statutes say, the new statutes say, and how our zoning regulations would better align with a new ordinance. And they've taken that information and they've put it together for you in a packet, resulting in what we hope will be an updated ordinance. So during that process, Bob Fisher was gracious enough to spend some time with the board so that he felt comfortable with what the ordinance looked like, as well as the state of Vermont. And after that, during the period when we were trying to make changes, we went forward to department heads, to Patrick Moreland, and to some of the committees in town to get a feel for whether they felt the ordinance changes were appropriate. And we've taken the comments that they gave to us, and Mary and Robert specifically have put them in the language that you will hear about tonight, along with those 3 minor changes. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Mary, who will walk us through the changes that we made since your last meeting.
Hi, and thank you for this early hour. I do appreciate it. The changes that we made are specifically only the one that you asked us for as regards concern that website links disappear without warning. And there's not a lot that we can do about that, but I did add, and I think you have the highlighted version.
Yes.
So I did add that big long paragraph concerning the Vermont Invasives website, which, as you can see, is a collaboration between several different entities, some governmental, some not. And so I'm not absolutely positive who would actually be the one to talk to if the link stops working, but I gave you my best guess. I think that was the only link where a backup was not provided. And then in reading through the proposed ordinance for the 1000th time, I did find 2 more things that I should have caught in the first place. One on page 5, which just clarifies which formula we're going to use to value trees if they need to be valued. And one on the very last sentence where I forgot the word most.
Excellent.
So that's the only change since you last saw it. And then I believe that Jessica would have given you an updated red line. And with those additional changes in it, I sent it to her
Yes.
this morning. And that's it.
Thank
Since
you
last time.
very much. Board members, Liz?
I just want to reiterate my thanks to Mary and Dan and just say that intelligent and good-hearted volunteers like you are the backbone of this town. And again, thank you now.
You're welcome.
Board members? Yeah, I echo that from Liz. I guess I'm going to have to identify myself as the board member who asked for the change here, and I really appreciate it being made. It feels kind of bad to like be nitpicky when you guys have put so much work in, but I also appreciate this to help make these changes more evergreen and ensure that your hard work lasts as long as it possibly can before it needs to be updated again.
I understand.
And I looked to Bob just to ensure that these minor modifications, including the persnickety chair asking for something, doesn't affect the second reading.
Does
and
not. These
potential
are
adoption.
minor changes. It's one of the reasons why you have the first reading to allow minor changes to be made before the second reading and the hearing.
And none of these were substantive. They were
That's
very minor.
correct.
Yeah. Other board members?
Just echo the thanks for you all.
And I'll just make sure that there isn't anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this. Don't see any, and I don't see anyone from Zoom. So in that case, I would look for a motion, I believe. Liz?
I move to accept the revisions proposed by the Tree Advisory Board to the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 14, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 5, Regulation of Public Trees.
Liz has made a motion to accept the revisions proposed by the Tree Advisory Board to the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 14, Streets and Sidewalks, and Article 5, Regulation of Public Trees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, a vote from the public too. Excellent. Congratulations. Thank you so much for all of the hard work. We really, really.
Can I bring up a tree issue while we're here? It'd be a quick one.
I'm gonna ask that we don't bring it up now. It's not warned and we have a lot of other things on the agenda.
Okay, well, let me just say tomorrow's Ash Wednesday. So let's start thinking about our ash trees. The emerald ash borer is coming to town. They've already been found in Brattleboro. Your ash trees will be dead soon if you don't inoculate. Is that enough?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And Ian, just for the record, you closed the public hearing. Potentially either now or technically we should have done it before your vote, but.
Okay, would you like me to read?
Well, just if you would just say the hearing was officially closed prior to your.
So I note for the record that I closed it. I closed the public hearing prior to the vote.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going. Yes, we're gonna move on to agenda item. New business, the EMS update. I'm going to invite to the table. Chief Howard, welcome.
Good evening.
Catching up.
I'm here to provide the EMS update for January. We responded to 363 calls of service, 256 calls prior to response with an ambulance. As we continue to adjust what information is gathered, has been asked by some community members to include the 19th percentile for EMS emergent response calls, which is with lights and sirens. This number is highlighted and I will go over it here shortly. Total number of EMS calls we've done in the 7 months that we've been doing it is 1,810. Average time of the calls are 27 minutes and 57 seconds. The need for 2 ambulances has been 285 times. The need for 3 ambulances has been 41, and the need for mutual aid has been twice. We have transported 1,225 patients. Average response time is 4 minutes and 25 seconds. The EMS emergency response time, 90th percentile, is 6 minutes and 43 seconds. They have billed out $608,000 and $608,857.80, and they've collected $330,264.55, which figures out to be a 54% collection rate. Any questions?
Chief, would you mind just speaking for a moment to what the difference is between the EMS emergency response time 90th percentile to the other numbers, including just the 90th percentile time?
Yep, the 90th percentile EMS emergent is calls that we go to for life-threatening emergencies, cardiac arrest, stroke, difficulty breathing, those type of calls. The 90th percentile time is for all non-emergent, what we call is, you know, somebody's fallen and needs assistance getting up, or they hurt their arm or leg. That time is 8 minutes and 29 seconds. And when we go to those types of calls, it's with the flow of traffic. It's not with lights inside.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Board members, questions, comments for the update? I see Jess. I'm going to go Daniel first.
Thanks. We did receive, speaking of members of the public emailing us questions very late before an evening meeting. We did receive a question from Robert Ozer. I expect he will probably want to ask it himself. It's about overtime, and I just want to kind of say that I think that question belongs in the financial report and not here, because that's where we see the fire overtime lies. So I just want to preempt Bob's asking that question.
Okay. Jess?
I'm going to direct the first question to John. So my first question is about the income that Golden Cross has collected so far this year. I think early on we discussed that collections process usually was about 6 weeks. So what I'm curious is, do the credits reflect just about what we've collected for 6 months of doing this work? And how does that match up with AP Triton's projections for what we might expect to see for collections on EMS services?
John, you've been interrogated.
Yeah, okay.
Accept it.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question, Jess. So you're asking, how does this information in this report line up and match with what we were seeing from the AP Triton information? Yeah, so I don't know the answer to that, but that is something that we can certainly analyze and bring to you perhaps at the next meeting and discuss our some of our initial comparisons between what we're seeing and what was predicted.
Excellent. And was my assumption correct that the collections process generally takes about 6 weeks? So this number is our first 6 months of service? Maybe that's a question for Len.
Oh,
It's first off, I can tell you that myself, Patrick, and Kim have been working on all the collection stuff and where we should be at as far as now. And we've learned a lot in the last week or two. And it actually takes longer than 6 weeks to get some of this collection. It could be up to a couple of months before we actually catch up to where we're actually getting the collectibles, if that makes sense. So, and we will have a more solid answer for you comparing what we have from Golden Cross to what AP Triton had predicted in their report. We've been working on it over the last week or so, and as John stated, the March 14th meeting, we should have a pretty good answer.
Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to kind of make it super clear for the public, right, that this is billing information from Golden Cross, not from the town of Brattleboro. The town of Brattleboro has not billed anybody. And the revenue is from Golden Cross, is not coming to the town of Brattleboro, just to make that extra clear, because seems to be some confusion about it.
No, it's actually a really good point because we talk about this report every month, but someone who may be just queuing in for the first time may not know that. Yeah,
Right.
thank you. Other board members? Oh, Jess, yeah, I apologize if I interrupted.
It's okay. I just have a couple of questions. So sort of riffing off of what we were talking about at the last meeting, about additional firefighters on the force. I'm wondering, how do you think that might impact our reliance on mutual aid? Because I noticed that, the numbers are slowly adding up in the mutual aid column. They're very low, very, very low.
Is that to Chief Howard?
Yes, please.
Our mutual aid is very low. And one of the questions that Daniel referred to that Mr. Oser had asked is the reason for overtime currently being high due to EMS. And the only part that's from the EMS that's making the overtime increase this year is the 3 folks that we have in paramedic school. The actual EMS calls themselves, the only time we ever call back for EMS coverage is when our crews get on the scene and say they have a cardiac arrest and they're working a cardiac arrest, because that takes up to 6 people to perform that operation. So they automatically call back. Dispatch knows to automatically call back people when that type of an event happens. Other than that, overtime for EMS callback is minimal. And these 3 folks were going to go to paramedic school regardless if we took over the hybrid EMS transport part of it, because if you all recall, back in fall, we upgraded our state license from the advanced level to the paramedic level, and sending these 3 gentlemen to that class was part of the license renewal. So regardless of whether we transported or not, those 3 folks were going to paramedics.
That actually leads into the last question I had, Ian.
Yeah.
So the last question was about that pie chart on the 2nd page of your report, or 3rd page of the report.
3rd page. Yep.
Awesome to see how things like break down, and that EMS and rescue calls, I mean, they're almost 2/3 of what you do at the fire department.
Yep.
So just for complete clarity, if we decided in the long run to go with an outside EMS provider, would you still be going to that chunk of that pie?
Yes, we would still do first response like we did prior to July 1st. We would still send 2 people, or again, depending on the call, if it's cardiac arrest, we always sent at least 6 people to it, because it takes that many people to perform that type of operation. So regardless of whether you pick a 3rd-party agency or not, we're still going to be responding to medical emergencies.
Dan?
Thanks. I guess, this EMS update was a new thing for the town, and it's gone through some sort of iterations. In kind of reviewing this, but also looking at the police monthly department report, which I'm not going to get into because it's not what we're talking about.
It's not at all.
But both of those reports provide, call data, right? And each call has, like, this one, it's a dispatched incident type, and in the police one, it's something else, a nature code, I think. And I would really appreciate it if we could get a kind of a summary of, maybe the top 5 incident types, or perhaps the top 10, depending on what, how relevant it gets, because when confronted with this much information, it's really hard to do much with it. So perhaps seeing the top 5 codes would then give the public a way to kind of understand what kind of calls would go into. And whilst we're not talking about the police, John, I would love to see that in the police department report as well.
Is that something all the board would like to see?
Do we have head nods, board members? Three of us? I think that's a good idea for the top 5.
Let the
It-
record know I'm not nodding.
Seems at best ambivalent.
All right, fair enough. I think, Jess, do we have a head nod up there?
We do.
We do. So you got at least 3. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Okay, other board members, and then I'll take, yes, Liz.
I just want to thank Chief Howard and his department for not only his department's fine work, but this reporting as well.
You're welcome.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna look to the public for any questions or comments. See any hands in the room? Don't see any hands on Zoom. So, oh, there we go. Bob, state your name, where you're from for the record.
Hello, Bob Ozer here from District 3. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm a little, well, I was doing numbers, but I was really looking at with my question, how do you code? And I think Elizabeth may have actually talked about this maybe 4 months ago. How do we keep track of what we do with EMS within the department so that when it comes time for us to decide on options, do we know really with some kind of data what it might cost? And so that's why I was looking at the cost numbers from the financial report as they relate to EMS. So we're up to $234,000 on overtime. If you take the pie chart and you say 2/3 of that are EMS calls, that's $156,000 for overtime that's just on EMS. But that's a pretty awkward, rough way of trying to figure out numbers. It might be better if we coded when are personnel doing EMS duties, when are they doing fire. That 234 is double what the average is for the last 5 years. And it's also an interesting figure because it's when you take into account the money that was paid for dispatch by rescue, that would be the exact amount that was allocated to rescue. So that's where my question goes, is what part of that $234,000 in overtime is attributable to EMS? Is there a way of coding that, whether it's for training, direct service, or support? And if not, why not? And so I think if we had those numbers, it might help John have an accurate picture of what this is going to look like as you plan for next steps.
Thank you very much, Bob. Chief, do you think, can you speak to that question? Can we code them differently to be able to?
We've answered this question before, and
Yeah,
we don't code it as because when somebody's called back, they're called back to do both. They're called back to cover for fire and cover for EMS. As I stated earlier, the fact for calling back just for EMS is very minimal. I can't give you an exact thing because we don't code it that way, but I can tell you that, and I've stated in many meetings why our overtime costs are up this year. And Kim has the numbers that I'll show you from September to now. And I'll ask her if she doesn't mind telling them right now that in September, the percentage was.
well, yeah, we can talk about it during the financial report, but
She can tell you that in the percentage, but I can tell you the amount of overtime has dropped drastically.
yeah, okay. Thank you, Chief. Daniel?
So, yes, I mean, I heard Bob's question. I've had the same question myself. I've asked you that question and you've given me a response that I find to be satisfactory. And I think it's just worth pointing out that at least some segment of the public still wants to hear more about what's driving overtime. And so if, as we move forward, I don't think it belongs in this EMS report necessarily. I think, as we move forward in deciding what kind of approach to take with EMS in this town, at least for Brattleboro. If we can sort of like pull back the curtain a little bit on what's driving overtime through financials, I think that would help people feel comfortable or not comfortable, but at least, it's just giving people more information so that they can be, I'm now rambling now, so they can be informed. Imagine that, information informing people.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, yes, Liz.
I just want to clarify that Bob suggested that I would have asked a question like that, and I can't imagine that I would have asked a question like that.
Yeah, that's
So I
like
just
going
want
out.
to clear the record.
Yes. Thank you, Liz.
Take the credit.
Any other questions from the public for right now? Don't see any. And so with that, I'm going to thank you very much, Chief
Thank
Howard,
you.
for coming up. And thank you for the work that you do to get this report, but more importantly, for all the work that you do for our town. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to
You gonna take a break?
no, we're going to move on to financial report. So we're going to move on to agenda item new business C10C or 10B, which is the monthly financial report. And I invite Kim up. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening. How is everybody? Okay, in your folders, you will have your report for the January finance report. We are 58.3% of the fiscal year complete. And we have our percentages broken down by fund. So the general fund is at 55.9% after we prorate all the yearly expenses. The utilities fund is at 58.7% after prorating. And the parking fund is at 57.1% of the annual budget after prorating. The loan report shows a balance of $4,162,075 in outstanding loans issued through the town's various loan programs. The town's revolving loan fund report shows a balance of $186,525 in available funds for grants and loans. The grant report contains information on 24 active grants and 6 grants in the application process. And the fund balance report contains updated balances on all of the town's funds as of the date of this report, which was January 31st.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kim, for the presentation. Board members, questions, comments? Jess?
I loved the answers you included in your memo to the questions we had on the last financial report. I was wondering if you want to read those in the record or if there's a way that we can communicate those to the general public.
So sure, I actually have to read that piece from my phone because I did not print that one out. So
Do you like my copy?
yeah, do you mind? So I'm not reading from my phone. Sorry about that.
Daniel and I can read off one.
Okay, you guys
I have it
share.
memorized already.
Oh, yeah.
So there were questions on some of the housing programs that are in the grant and loans fund report. And so one of the questions was, what is the rental housing fund? What is the criteria to receive the funding? And what are the resources for this fund? And the rental housing fund was established in the 80s to create a rental unit apartment in an existing home or to rehabilitate an existing rental unit. The resources for this fund were from performing community development loans and repayment of the rental housing loans. Applications go to the grant office, and once approved, the applicant receives up to $25,000. The Housing Stabilization Program is a state program managed by WWHT that the town is a pass-through for. A resident can apply for assistance to pay their rent mortgage payments, which were delinquent due to COVID, only due to COVID. This program expires in June of 2023. What is the Apartment in Homes program on Form G? This program is run by Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing since the 80s. It is a $3,000 grant for which the town has provided the funds to assist homeowners in establishing rental units in their homes. And if anybody wants any details on this, everything is on the town website under grants and loans, and it explains all the criteria and how you can apply and where to apply.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got a quick question. So thank you very much for the report. I look at the of the three funds, the one after being prorated, the utilities fund is just a little bit over where we are at in the fiscal year. So we are at 58.3% of the fiscal year, and the utilities fund after proration is at 58.7%. So it is 0.4% above kind of where we'd want to be. So my question is, do we have anything how concerned should we be about that? And I guess my second question to that is this a healthy way for me to be thinking about this? Like, does the year expenditure of a town kind of happen equally enough that every month when we have a sort of percentage of the year completion, it should also be right around the same?
No. I mean, percentages are just that, right? And each, while you have your regular expenditures every month, there are things that come up and there are things that cross months, right? Like,
Yes.
So on the utilities, you have billing that's going to go out, which is going to, bring in revenue, which, next month, you're probably going to be, lower.
Yeah.
So it's harder to say. I think it's just something good generally to think about, right? Because when we saw that in the parking fund, I feel like that brought everybody's attention to the parking fund, right? And we have some direction on which way we want to go when we start to do that budget. Lots of questions were asked. So I think that you can notice some things if it gets to a point where it's like, oh, well, this is at 90%, but we're only performing at 40%. Well, that's a different story. But
Yeah.
when you're talking, you're within percentage points. I mean, that's just a product of doing business. It's like a rounding error.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Liz.
Thank you. I just want to point out once again that while the expenses in the parking fund are whatever, the revenues are consistently way down, and we know that. And we just need to constantly remind ourselves that there is a problem with the revenues in the parking fund. And nobody should be surprised as this builds every month.
Daniel?
You're surprised, Daniel.
I just don't know if I would describe it as a problem. So, the budget for parking meter revenue is $365,000. We currently have actual receipts of $217,543, which is 59.6% of budget. And here we are at 58% of the way through the year.
The revenues.
And the summer, I'm talking about the revenues.
Are not meeting the expenses.
Okay, all right.
If you've read David Copperfield, you know.
Have I read David Copperfield? Let's see. That's a different proposition.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
We are not receiving the revenues normally intended in that fund because we are not having the rents that we had anticipated in that fund.
Well, the amount that we budgeted for revenue and where we are in relation to that budget is fine. So the question is, did we under budget?
The question is that there remains a hole in the parking fund.
Okay.
And we need to be aware of it and not, use fancy percentages to obscure these facts.
Thank you, Liz. Jess?
Yeah, I was gonna also sort of ask a question about that, but yeah, I think we did approve that parking fund budget last June that had a significant deficit. So it is certainly our responsibility to figure that out this year and maybe not approve a budget with such a huge deficit for next year.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was just gonna follow up, Jess, that we will be bringing the parking budget to you later this spring. So you'll have a chance to discuss these items at length.
Excellent. So the question I had was over to the utilities fund. And I was noticing that revenues are at 48% of their budgeted projections. I think 10% is a big difference in where we should be compared to where we are. So I just wanted to check in on what might be causing that difference.
So you have the billing that is going out this month, which will right that wrong this month. So you'll see it in February's report. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome.
Great. Any questions from the public? Yes, do you want to come on up to the mic?
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2 in Brattleboro. Well, I'm sort of taking off on the information that Bob Ozer provided. And I wondered if he was going to say more about that in this portion of your meeting. If he is, I would wait until he said his part. If he's not, I'll be happy to go ahead. So I don't know how to deal with that.
Go ahead. You've got the mic.
I've got the mic and I'm going ahead.
Yes.
So what I'd like to ask is how we can go about understanding better the specific costs related to emergency medical services within the budget. We just heard from the chief that they don't code certain things in certain ways that would permit us to attach a specific number to certain parts of their activities. And I certainly understand that it can be complicated to say, well, this goes with that and that number fits over here, et cetera. But I think for the town meeting representatives, which I'm one of, but more generally for the people of town, being able to understand the financial position that the town is in with regards to revenues and expenditures for emergency medical services is a very important part of our decision-making process. And I understand that you might have to make some assumptions in order to say, well, this is our best summary of that information. But I think if that were made as clear as possible for the people of Brattleboro, along with a listing of what the assumptions are that you used, then we'd be in a position to really make a judgment as to what option we want to pursue in the future from a financial basis for emergency medical services in town. So I would like to strongly recommend that that be part of the process that we're going through, that you come up with as good a number as you can for what we're spending. And then also tell us what assumptions you used to get that number so that everybody can follow along at home.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, and let me just ask, is that part of what you're anticipating happening from here?
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. I think John wants to speak to it.
Go
but
ahead,
Kim
Kim,
wants
if you
to-
want.
Yeah. Okay. So as Chief said, we are working on that, and we are making assumptions, and we are gathering the data for the things that hopefully we don't have to make assumptions on, that we can actually get clear data for. When we gather that all, and we've all vetted it, and we're all ready to share, that is absolutely coming to you and town meetings, so everybody can be informed to make a decision. Go ahead, Patrick.
Nope. Did you want to speak first?
Nope.
Oh, Patrick, do you want to speak on it?
Yeah, the one thing I wish to clarify, because yeah, we are working on that actively with the chief, is that we are working on clarifying the revenues and expenses that would be added to the current existing budget, right? And so we would be calculating specifically what would be the revenues we would anticipate receiving, and what would be the additional expenditures that we would anticipate spending in order to be able to provide a all in-house fire EMS program. That would be added to the existing budget. But in terms of, you know, going through our historical spending, right? Because we've been providing EMS response since the year 2000. There's really no way of calculating which of those expenses is fire expense and which of those expenses is EMS expense. Does that make sense? Hoping that makes sense.
No.
Okay.
I mean, again, I think using certain assumptions, there should, I'm not asking for it over a 20-year period, but for upcoming budgets, what are we spending on EMS?
Well, for future spending, if so, what we're currently spending on EMS is somewhat incalculable, right? So we have a staff member, right? And that staff member might hop on an ambulance and go, you know, perform CPR somewhere. You might say that's an EMS expense, or that staff member might pick up a hose and, you know, put out a fire. You might call that a fire expense. But what about for the hour they're doing neither? Is that a EMS expense? Is that a fire expense? It's a staff expense. We've got a fire department budget, which, you know, hasn't really changed a whole lot in the years that, you know, we've been talking about this. What I think we're going to be able to do in the very near future is to say these revenues and these expenditures would be added to what we're already doing. And the net impact of that seems to me to be the really relevant question. What is the net impact of the additional revenues and expenditures to what we're already doing? I
Okay.
hope that's useful.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Patrick. Board members, any other discussion? I'm very conscious that we have guests here for the next agenda item that I'd like to get to. So I'd look to any other, and if not, I'd like to take a motion.
I'm good.
Do you have a motion, Tim?
No, of course not.
All right, Liz?
You had your hand up.
Yeah, okay. I move to accept the financial report as presented.
There it is. Liz has made a motion to accept the financial report as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Kim, thank you very much for the presentation. So usually we take a break at 8, but I also am very conscious that we've got people waiting. So if you, are you okay if we take a 5-minute? Okay.
And they could get set up.
Yeah. So we'll take a 5-minute break now to give everybody a moment to stretch their legs, and appreciate the patience. All right, we're gonna reconvene the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. We're moving on to new business item agenda 10C, Amtrak easement for station authorized easement. And I think I'm going to first hand it off to Patrick, and then he'll introduce our guests.
Yes, thank you, sir. So just to clarify, what's being asked of the board this evening is to authorize the town manager to execute an easement agreement between the town and Amtrak that would allow them permission to occupy a certain small section of the Depot Street parking lot for the purposes of providing a passenger rail station to the public. As you know, we've been anticipating this for many, many years. In fact, we did a fairly significant parking lot expansion project in Depot Street that would provide an actual net gain to the parking in that area in preparation for this particular project. So the loss of probably about 10 or 11 spaces is fully anticipated, prepared for, and already mitigated. It's been, well, since 2017 that the town has been working in coordination with Amtrak. I don't think
any of us really thought way back when that we'd still be working on it today, but I also don't think any of us thought way back when that the end result of this planning would be quite as spectacular as we think it's going to be. So with that, I would say we've got a couple of guests here tonight. We've got Jane Brophy, who's the government relations for Amtrak, and we've got Ellen Pennell, who is the project manager for this particular project. They've got a brief presentation, and then I'm sure we'll all take questions.
Jane, Ellen, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I just want to say thank you on behalf of Amtrak for all of the great work that you folks have done with us. You have been so wonderful to work with, and we're super excited to lay out what the end result will be in 18 months or so. We're really happy that the track work is done, that your parking lot is done, that permitting has been pain-free, relatively pain-free, and we're excited to get shovels in the ground and move forward. The track work is done, and we're just chomping at the bit to get the first high-level platform in the state built here in Brattleboro. So I'm government affairs, was host railroad group. So as Patrick said, since 17, I worked with my predecessor dealing with the NECR. So I've been working on this from a couple of different angles at Amtrak for a long time. And Ellen has been the third-party coordinator for the ADA stations program and is just fabulous. And she's got a wonderful presentation, and she did all the hard work.
We had a team that did the hard work. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Patrick, for being so wonderful to work with all these years. Again, my name's Ellen Pennell. I'm the third-party coordinator for Amtrak's ADA stations program. And I have a little bit of a presentation here tonight just to tell the story, because it is such a good story on how we landed on this fabulous project. So hopefully everyone can stay awake for a little bit longer. So we'll just go through it. I'll try not to dwell on things. And then, of course, we can always answer any questions. So go ahead, Patrick, next slide. The ADA stations program is a special department within Amtrak. We are tasked with bringing all the stations that Amtrak serves into compliance with ADA codes and regulations, where Amtrak has ADA responsibility. We use DOTAS, which is Department of Accessibility Transportation standards. We also follow Amtrak engineering guidelines, and also we follow any SHPO historic rules that are necessary. Just know that we take the historic fabric at any station very seriously. We make sure that we have full approval before we put any shovel in the ground. Next slide, please. Just some background on the station for anybody who would like to know about it. This talks about the ridership. Prior to COVID, we were about 16,000 passengers getting on and off at Brattleboro. We're a little bit less now after COVID, but we are recovering actually at a better rate than I think than the rest of the country right now. So that's just looks great for Brattleboro. The tracks and the railroad right of way are owned by NECR, which is New England Central Railroad. There is a main track and a siding track that goes through here. And that was what made this whole project very interesting when we first started looking at it. The station building, the land across the street or across the tracks is all owned by the town. Amtrak has space within the basement of the town-owned museum right now. It's very small waiting room, small engineer change room, small restroom, and a caretaker space. And right now, the current asphalt platform's around 460 feet. I have some other images that will show you some of those kind of details. The stakeholders that we learned early on were VTrans, the town of Brattleboro, NECR. We also had some great interest with Senator Leahy and State Representative Molly Burke, and as well as Green Mountain Power, who handles all the electricity and all the wires that are going through that area. You know what? The challenges I think we'll go through in some of the graphics that come up next. So you can read them through if you want to, but I will get into them in the next images. So for everyone's kind of viewing understanding, north is page right? Nope, page left. Sorry, the way I'm looking at it right now. And in the middle of the page,
you can see in red is the existing platform, about 460 feet long. It's around 0 inches above top of rail. In order to be an ADA compliant platform, it needs to be at least 8 inches above top of rail. So that was some of the major decision-making in how we got to where we are today. You can see there is one main track. We call that the active track closest to the museum. There's the siding track labeled as not active, which is kind of on the riverside and nearer to the parking. This image is kind of old. Since then, the town has already constructed the new parking lot. And as Patrick talked about, making sure that we have mitigated any loss of parking for this new project. Things to note is it's a very steep site. As everyone know, it kind of goes down towards the river from the high point of the town. And that too kind of complicated things in the design. Next slide, please. This image just talks about the complex ownerships that happened here. In green is property owned by the town. In red is property owned by NECR. And then all of the other colors are easements and leases. And this only shows a few of the things that happen in this area. Again, the area that the existing platform was very complex with leases and easements over it, which would have required a lot of agreements and renegotiation of agreements in order to do the work we needed to do there. Next slide, please. And this I like to call the electric pole. This pole that it's pointing to really influenced what happened here. It turns out that pole is a state transmission electric line from Green Mountain Power. And next slide, please. We started talking to Green Mountain Power. It turns out that they had already started talking to VTrans and the state of New Hampshire about the new bridge project. And further south of our pole, they were going to bury the line. And if we needed to do anything with this pole, they were going to need us to bury the line, which was going to be an incredible amount of money for almost no return on anything. Mm-hmm. So this too fed into some of the decisions that were made. Next slide. Based on all of these issues that I just outlined, we came up with 3 different options. And they had various pros and cons. We presented them to all of the stakeholders in April of 2019. And one of the options became the clear leader, which we call option 2A. Option 1 was to somehow renovate the platform in its existing location. As I mentioned before, this would incur lots of costs from the power company to relocate that pole. We would still have vehicular and pedestrian safety issues because we could not limit the emergency access to the old college building property. And it was just not going to end up with a very good end result. We were going to end up with a much smaller platform. I think it was only 160 feet, something like that. Option 2A, which is actually where we landed, was to rebuild the existing siding. And that siding starts just south of the station and goes north towards the New River. Am I saying, is that right? The New River? Is it the
West?
What's the river to the north? Not the
West
River. West River. Thank you. Yeah. So we would rebuild the siding and then put a new platform and station amenities to the river side of that track. And that would allow us to go to a 48-inch above top of rail platform, which would be level boarding. And that would be because the siding track would not have freight on it. And that is the whole reason that we were allowed to go to 48 inches there. The third option would be to abandon the siding track and build a new platform and station amenities basically in the location of that track. And NECR was not willing to abandon that track. So that was taken off the table. So 2A is what went forward. Next slide. Where we landed. So the new Brattleboro station will be a rebuilding of the existing siding track and its switches. That has already been done. That was completed just a few weeks ago. There will be a new 345-foot long platform at 48 inches above top of rail. It will be level boarding. It will have an electric snow melt system. It will have new lighting, new signage, and new drainage, everything new. It will be Vermont's first level boarding station, which everyone was so excited about, all the stakeholders. There will be all new station amenities with a building with a waiting area, restroom, covered outdoor area, which we don't have right now, which will be fantastic to have, covered outdoor area, a small engineer room, and storage. In order to do this, we need to provide the ADA parking, paths of travel, and as part of our DRB review process, we will be providing a bike shelter. And then eventually, when this is all up and running, the existing amenities in the basement of the town building will be abandoned and the town will have that space back. Here's a site plan of what I just described. In red is the 345-foot long platform. In kind of darker red is the new station building. In blue will be the new parking improvements that will be part of the station building. As you can see, the two tracks that run kind of page right to page left. The existing main is closer to the museum building, and the rebuilt siding track is right next to their new red platform. Next slide. The amenities building, the new station building, will have a beautiful new waiting room for, it will have at least 36 bench seats in it, plus room for waiting, for standing, for people to wait. Outside, because of the large overhangs of the roof, there is additional bench seating, both facing the track and also under the covered waiting area. There will be in yellow an engineer room for 2 engineers to do their changeover sequences. And also the caretaker will have a window that looks into the waiting room to keep an eye on everything that's happening there. In blue is a single user toilet that is attached to the waiting room. And then the other spaces are storage, electric, and IT rooms needed for security. And you can see there the 48-inch high platform. Next slide. And now we have some wonderful renderings to show you. This is from the ADA parking spaces looking south towards the new station building. This is the covered waiting area you can see here. There'll be ramps and steps both on this side of the station building and on the south side of the station building. In the background, you can see just a little bit of the bike shelter off to the left. Next slide, please. This is on the new platform looking north towards the new station building. Again, level boarding. You'll see the new lighting, new railings, everything will be new. Next slide. A few more different shots, one from the existing museum area looking towards the river, towards the new station building. And then the lower image is looking north from the newly constructed town parking area with the bike shelter in the foreground. Next slide, please. So this just outlines our next steps. So as Patrick and Jane already talked about, the track siding work has been completed. We just finished resurveying it. It is done almost exactly to what it was supposed to be. So there is no design changes or updates that we need to make, which sometimes happens. So that was a huge win. That means that we can go right into bidding as soon as we execute this easement with the town. We received our SHPO approvals on February 3rd, which was also a really big deal. That takes a lot of work to get through that Section 106 package review. And then once we go into bidding, we expect construction to start even this summer, if possible. So that is kind of the story I wanted to tell along the way. It's just wonderful to see that we started with just kind of a renovation in mind and what was needed to get to kind of where we needed to be with ADA. And we ended up realizing that in order to get ADA to work here and to get the best operations that we can get here, we needed to move to the other side of the tracks. And it's been wonderful working with the town, going through the DRB process, getting their approval and their input. We've also gone through the DEC to get environmental permits in place. And we also have all of our stormwater and water permits in place as well. So we are ready to go, basically.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the presentation and taking the time to go through the history and the story, because it is really a great one. And I think we are all just as excited. And it's funny, I've taken Amtrak from the station here many times, and I've never really considered the level boarding like difference until just that image, the one of the renderings where it was showing it what it would be like just to be able to walk right on. So it's pretty wild.
Yes.
Instead of all those stairs up and everything. So
Yes.
really very exciting. Board members, questions, comments for our guests?
Timmy, you go first.
Tim?
Okay, I'll go first.
It's a little Amtrak.
We're probably going to battle as to who is most excited about this project, but I'm definitely very excited about this project. I was there the other day and for Midnight Blue coming through, which is one of the 50th anniversary commemoration, specially painted engines that came through. And a few days before that, the red nose, but anyway,
Oh my God.
I won't go into that. And what happened, this was literally yesterday, right? Yeah, yesterday. No, 2 days ago. Anyway, what happens now as you came up on the train, you might have noticed this very uncomfortable space that it's a very narrow space. So cars go in and out, people are trying to stand in the right spot. And the most amazingly uncomfortable thing is that if you park in the parking lot currently and you're a little late, the train will cut your access off to getting on the train itself. And I watched this happen. And the kind people at Amtrak figured it out. They actually had to let them on from the other side. They walked back down and they took tickets, walked back up. But it was just the most awkward thing in the world. And it's because of the way everything is designed. I'm getting to a question. It's not just about my excitement for this. The question is, I hadn't really thought about the siding, you know, the west tracks versus the east tracks. Will a freight train be coming down on completely level on the western side, whereas the Amtrak train will be taking the higher route, right? Because their freights can be much heavier, correct? So that's what's going to happen. It's going to be sort of a two-tiered system. Obviously, they won't probably be there at once, but I just wanted to wrap my brain around that.
The tracks are actually at the same level. So there's the mainline track and the siding track will be at the same level. It's just that our platform will be 40 inches
Okay.
high on one side.
So they're both going up. That's what I was trying to.
Yeah, so they'll both be at the same elevation. And if Amtrak is on the siding track, it will be fully on the siding track. I don't think that the freights will go by on the main line at that same
They
time.
won't dispatch probably.
They
at the
won't
same
dispatch at the
Right.
same time.
Right. Okay, great. And someone asked me a question. This was actually about a year ago, maybe, in this whole saga about employee coverage. You might not know the answer to this, but this is for parents who have to drop a younger kid off to take the train by themselves or whatever. Because we don't have that many trains coming through presently. Is there any plans or knowledge, as far as you know, that there'll be a certain window of station manning, for lack of a better term?
Not that I know of. At this point, we have a caretaker who would open and close the station building an hour before, an hour after the train arrives.
Okay.
In order to drop off children, it needs to be a manned station with an actual ticket counter. At this point, we do not have plans for a ticket counter in Brattleboro. I don't know if there's anything in the works for that.
I have not.
We've not heard anything like that.
But nothing in the design would really prohibit that if ridership goes way
No,
up.
no.
Demand.
You know, we do have, I think we have the space and we have a window that could be used as a ticket window.
Great. Well, everybody's super excited about it. I mean, the other day, there were 25 to 30 people waiting. And
Yes.
that seemed like pretty healthy, heading south, to New York.
Just today coming north, we had the blue locomotive. We had the 50th anniversary locomotive on the consist, and there were probably at least 15 people getting off.
Yeah. Yep.
And we both noted that there was no stool and we're both pretty tall. And we noted that it was quite a long step down from the train to the old platform. So level boarding will be great.
Well, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Tim. Other board members, questions, comments? Liz?
I just want to thank you both again for coming and for your partnership and your hard work. And the town is just so looking forward to it and welcoming you. And it's such a, not only a wonderful facility, but one that portends for much more sustainable use. Because the trains are a wonderful thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. The board members? Jess, I see you are muted. So let's make sure that we get.
Jess is desiring to be muted.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I'm going to open it up to the public if there's anybody who wishes to speak. Yep.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Zebulon Fortune. I've lived in Brattleboro my whole life, and I have taken the train a little bit, and I just have a little bit I'd like to say, just kind of acting as a voice of the younger generation of Vermonters. I'd like to just share my enthusiasm for this project. Along with other Vermonters, I've been frustrated by the car dependence and lack of connectivity within our state. Without a reliable car, travel between towns, let alone further, is complex, time-consuming, and often impossible. As small as it is, this project represents a move towards a more sustainable and accessible Vermont. Young Vermonters such as myself will be living with these changes for the future, and I hope our voice can remain unforgotten. Thank you guys very much, and have a good rest of your night.
Oh, excellent. A succinct, excellent comment. Thank you. I see a hand in Zoom land.
Would be Representative Burke.
Oh, Representative Burke, welcome.
Molly, we were just talking about you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to reiterate my thanks to Amtrak. And it was so exciting to be on this in the beginning and looking at the platform. And then all of a sudden we find out that Amtrak has said, oh, no, we're just going to build you a new station. And it's really been a wonderful event and very, very thankful for that. And thinking a lot about Bill Hollister, who was very excited about this. And he said he'd come back when the station was built. So that's really good.
We'll definitely invite him.
Jane, I think that you're going to be in our committee this week too.
I am. I'll see you on Thursday.
Look forward to that. Okay, so thank you all.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, I don't see any other hands there. Yes, come on up.
Franz Reichsman, District 2 in Brattleboro. My first question is for Select Board Member Wessel, and specifically whether he considers the terms train geek and rail nerd to be synonyms. Is that accurate? Am I correct?
I do swap geek and nerd often.
Okay.
I've never landed on one side versus the other.
And then the other question I have, equally important, is if this is level boarding, are you going to be putting up signs that say mind the gap?
There is a language on the platform that takes care of that.
But is it that specific?
No, it's not mind the gap.
That's a London thing.
Disappointed.
Thank you very much.
Conductors make those announcements.
Yes,
they do.
I don't see any other hands on Zoom. Anyone else in the room? I don't see any. Board members, any additional?
I have a motion.
Yeah.
I have one more.
Oh,
Can
yeah,
we share any of that, those images?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep.
Can we share what?
The images. I just want to make sure they
absolutely.
weren't, they were.
Yeah, and if we can just make sure that, I don't think that the presentation got into our backup material. And so if we can just ensure that this really great presentation can go up on the website so that people can look at it after the fact. Because it's got some, like some of those renderings I had never seen before, and they're really quite excellent. And the information as well. And obviously the town's really excited about this. And so future things for Amtrak and trying to encourage ridership, I'm sure that the town would be very willing to be a partner in whatever work that could be. But let's get this one done. Okay, board, in that case, I would look for a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, let Tim make it.
I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute an easement agreement with Amtrak, that is National Railroad Passenger Corporation, for use of a portion of the Depot Street parking lot for a new passenger rail station.
Tim has made a motion to authorize the town manager to execute an easement agreement with Amtrak, National Railroad Passenger Corporation, for use of a portion of the Depot Street parking lot for a new passenger rail station. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you so much. And we look forward to completion of the project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. And thank you so much for making the trip for the presentation. We really appreciate it. Okay.
The train to Montpelier. Why do you have to go to Montpelier? But they have a meeting with Molly. I thought.
Oh, they can take them. I thought you meant
They.
okay, so we're gonna move on to new business agenda item 10D, which is the ARPA allocation process discussion. This is I'll give it just a quick intro. Way back in the spring of last year, the board had an initial discussion of ARPA and having a plan for how to discuss allocation of ARPA funds that the town received from the federal government for COVID relief. Town manager Potter has taken it upon himself to work on trying to come up with a strategy in which we can start to begin that process and work towards allocating these funds in an open and accessible way for the board and the public. He is going to present on this proposed sort of structure and timeline for the board to possibly adopt as how we will move forward with considering ARPA funds. With that, I'm going to pass it over to John.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this is the sixth discussion you've had related to the town's local allocation of ARPA funds. The town received a total local allocation of $3.4 million in these funds. Of these, you have previously committed $645,000, which leaves $2.756 million that have not yet been committed to any specific purpose. Last May, I think as you alluded to, Chair, the Select Board adopted two goals for the use of ARPA funds. One was to define a transparent, accessible process for the allocation of and distribution of ARPA funds. And the second was to listen to and consider residents' interests when it comes to potential ARPA fund allocation. So with those with your goals in mind for that, staff has put together a proposed process here, which defines an approach that is transparent and accessible to the public and includes a community engagement component. The approach is aimed at generating and providing adequate information to you regarding opportunities to advance critical community goals. And it is been developed as a kind of a 6-step process, which anticipates the idea behind it is, should we split the funding up into several time frames for allocation? And the suggestion is that there be 3. One would be an immediate tranche of funding that could be allocated in the next month or so. Then a second kind of an immediate needs tranche, which could be out in the June or July timeframe, and then a longer term allocation, which could occur out in the September or October timeframe, with opportunities for the medium term and the longer term for the public to engage and suggest any ideas that they would have, as well as respond to those that the staff may be coming up with in they're looking at this and coming up with things that we think would be good for the Select Board to be considering. And so this is the the process that we're proposing to you tonight. I'm happy to go into it in greater detail if you would like, but it is also, again, just a suggestion. And I think that the thing we'd really like to come out of this meeting with is an agreement around how we should proceed on allocating these funds.
Great. Thank you very much, John.
Yep.
Yeah, board. So basically we've got a timeline and then also essentially branching it into 3 immediate, medium and long-term needs for allocation. We can modify this in a way that we see fit, but the town would really like us to provide them with more guidance on how we can start to move forward and begin these conversations. So thoughts, questions? Daniel, is that a hand up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to get clear on step 1. So March 14th, that's our next meeting. Right? We're not actually going to meet on March 7th. That's new information, I guess.
Oh, I think we've
It's
spoken.
been announced.
Well, just a reminder, we're not going to meet on March 7th.
Let me speak to that for a moment.
Yes,
We're
sir.
not meeting on March 7th because the board decided back in November that we weren't going to meet on an election night. And the agenda setting committee kind of made the decision to continue with that because we thought it was an important thing to do. So.
And because some of us have duties to fulfill on that night as well.
Yeah, and it also just not to ask people to divide their civic attention.
Yeah. Cool. So yes, at the March 14th meeting, we would establish 3 tranches for the 2.7 whatever million dollars of remaining funds. So when you say establish them, do you mean like we would say like, okay, we'd like to put $500,000 in the immediate needs, $1 million in the midterm, and whatever the leftover is in the longer term, like something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And so what will town staff be able to do in order to help us understand the immediate needs, right? Because that's obviously pressing.
Yes, so we'd be happy to bring back some thoughts in your materials that we put together for that meeting for you to consider with some suggestions. Some of the areas that we might look at are the EMS work that we've been discussing, whether there's anything that we should be addressing immediately there or not, plus any other suggestions that the board might have for us to look into.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, I just wanted to get clear on like what would happen at that meeting.
And so that would be, and that's also step 2 would also happen in that meeting.
Right.
Which would be discussion of those immediate allocations.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liz.
I have a lot to say on this matter.
Okay.
We'll settle in.
So what we need to understand is, how does the select board work in regular order? And basically, we have a crackerjack staff that researches things and presents ideas, especially on what are the immediate needs or what are the long-term needs for capital spending for our town. And so how do we begin this work of identifying what the potential initiatives for ARPA funding are, since it's once in a lifetime capital spending? And I submit that we need to do this the way that we always do our work, and that is with our staff. And that the staff needs to begin the work of coordinating what actions are in our town interest, both in the short term and the long run, and then bring those ideas to the select board for discussion and for public input. Now, I think we need to understand that this work was not begun in earnest by the last town manager, nor was it begun in earnest by Mr. Moreland when he was interim. And so now is the time with our new town manager and staff to begin this work. And there's a couple of things that the staff needs to consider and that we all need to consider. And first, we can't be duplicating initiatives that the state is doing. We need to coordinate with the state, but not duplicate the work of the state, because we need our own municipal ideas for what our municipal needs are. And that, the state is also has infrastructure money and the state has social service money, but they're on parallel tracks. And our staff needs to coordinate our own municipal ideas with state funding. There are VLCT point person who's Katie Buckley, who's available to us. There's state resources and the legislature that the town should be coordinating with. Again, we need to make sure that we're working together, but also our staff has great resources and insight into our capital spending and so forth. And what I found lacking in this memo was just kind of glossing over this hard work that we anticipate that the town manager and the staff will be doing and bringing to us for discussion. And I wouldn't want to see this once in a lifetime spending be something that's merely banded around by the select board at a meeting. I want the work to be done, to be brought to us before we have this, because it's just too important to be discussing kind of on the fly. And so I recommend that really our regular order and our regular select board and town work be done before we start dividing into trenches this money.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. And so are you sort of speaking to not adopting this as presented?
No, I'm fine with it adopted as presented. I just want assurances that the work will be done and that while the town manager has brought us a timeline and a scope, that he acknowledge, please, that the work of the town manager and his staff is to busy himself with researching what's best for our town. Because I think one of the strengths that Brattleboro has is the idea that we have a staff that can look deeply into what our needs are. And we're not a small town who needs to grapple with these issues without the help that a diligent town staff would provide.
Yeah, absolutely. I think then, John, if you're willing to be interrogated on it, if you could speak to that and then also to the timeline, I think that,
Yeah, no, very much appreciate that. And I didn't want to presume that the board would want that, but I really appreciate hearing that, Liz, and having that direction. It certainly, it was contemplated in here that we would do significant work to develop ideas and bring them to the board, but hearing that from you is very helpful. Thank you.
And do you feel that I am in agreement with Liz, and I think, and I'm not going to speak for any other board member but myself, but I absolutely would agree.
You get another head nod?
There's one.
Well, I got Justice nodding. So you've got three board members who are.
Anticipated head.
And so I guess my question is the proposed timeline here, which like, it's kind of wild to say that a timeline that goes all the way out to October of 2023 is aggressive, but it is actually kind of aggressive because we don't need to assign these funds until December of 2024. So do you feel that this timeline is not overly aggressive to allow for the significant amount of work that Liz has so well articulated is necessary to ensure that we expend these once in a lifetime funds in the best way possible?
Yeah, I think it is an aggressive timeline, but that depends on how you divide up the thinking about how that funding goes. So if you, in your discussion on March 14th, decide to put a lot of it out to September, that would give us the time to do that significant work. What we wanted to do was to bring you some thoughts about maybe some earlier ideas that might be worth exploring, and whether you want to incorporate that. You could certainly amend this idea to even almost what I thought I heard Liz say is put it all out there, which out to the long term. You could decide to do some immediate work and the long term and skip the midterm for the midterm idea, for example. But it was trying to get as many options kind of there as what we think we could deliver something to you in those different groupings. So.
Thank you very much. I want to let Jess go next, who had her hand up patiently.
Thanks, Ian. Actually, my question was definitely about timeline. And thinking about how this money works in context of our fiscal year. Part of me, in wanting to consider a short-term project or slate of projects, would want to see that closer to May or June, so that we know what the current fiscal year is, if there have been any COVID impacts, and if we want to look at any of that in the short term, shoring up of whatever's going on. But then for the longer term piece, I also think it would be helpful to do it just before or during the budgeting process, so that we have sort of that next year picture of what's going on and where we're headed. So in the October to December area. So for me, like putting it off just a couple months might actually be kind of helpful.
All of it, or the step two, or I mean, sorry, step three. Step three forward.
Step 2 in May or June. Step 4 in October or November. Step 6 in November or December.
Okay.
Specifically.
Daniel?
Yeah. I feel like it will be hard to make allocations to buckets of funding without an understanding of staff's current kind of totality of possible projects. So I would just want to make, and I'm not saying like you need all the details worked out in them, but like we shouldn't be bringing forward a project that is just like absolute pie in the sky that we have no kind of clear sense of, right? I'm assuming we have numerous projects that are sitting on shelves, you know, with maybe some engineering studies or, you know, whatnot that have been done. You know, thinking about some of the safety work around intersections and whatnot. So I guess it would be helpful to me to have as good an understanding of what staff think may be some good uses of these funds early. Sorry, I'm looking through Ian's head. Sort of early in order to be able to allocate things into buckets. I'm not using trenches, I'm going to use buckets. Okay. Trenches is too fancy for me. And I don't know if that's possible, right? And so like, if it isn't possible, then I guess that would potentially, at least for me, would make it harder to get started, right? That may not be true for others.
I want to just look to Tim if he's got thought on it before I go back to the board members, and then we've got.
I'm sort of stuck here. I agree with you in spirit. I agree with Daniel in spirit too. I'm sort of stuck because I really feel like this is the next board's work, unless we stick with the step 1 and step 2 plan, then I can have a voice in some of the earlier decision making. So I have a personal interest in preserving that. At first I saw that, I told John, there's too many steps, too many. But then it started to sink in that I liked the plan as I read it over and thought about it. I was just going to recommend it. I think step 1 and 2, depending on the size of the funding that's being committed, I think could get done pretty quickly. And that might be useful to people to see that we're, actually making some decisions, as long as we can have public input. However, I want this to be a good, plan for the town going forward, not just feeling like I'm going to miss out on some of the conversations, which I'm going to do.
You can be sitting right there.
And
Absolutely.
I see both your hands. I just want to speak to just one thing quickly, which is just that I want to keep in mind that we can always modify this plan as we move forward, and we can change the timelines. I, for example, really agree with Daniel's point of like, if we got a little bit more of a sense for some of these longer term projects, it could really impact sort of how I feel about the buckets. And so that could really change, especially as town staff does more of this work. Okay, so, but I don't want to,
Just, can I complete my? Yes, my final thought was it does get us into a bit of a chicken and egg situation if we decide that the first tranche bucket is going to be a certain number, then that presupposes,
right.
other broader ideas not being considered in certain ways. So that's what I'm struggling with. Like, should there be a broader conversation, which I think you might remember that I've encouraged broader conversations a little earlier than this, not laying any blame, but I was pushing for a broader conversation and a discussion about housing and how can we, use some of these funds specifically for housing leveraged projects. But so that's the push and pull of it. I think if it's overly committed with a number attached to it, then you're pigeonholing yourself into one sort of path and really disqualifying some other larger visions in the process.
Liz.
While I'm okay with this process that's been laid out, I think it's important for the work and the ideas and the projects to lead the scheduling and the numbers. And while I'm thrilled that this process is going to start because we've been waiting for such a long time, I agree that it needs to be flexible because it has to be an idea-based schedule and it has to be an idea-based set of numbers. So I find this to be an opening salvo and really a shell for the ideas to fill.
Yeah, fair. Jess.
I think it would be really helpful, sort of along the lines of what Daniel was saying, of having a conversation about what our priorities are and what the wish list is. So we can sort of, and I think that's more important than deciding like what amount gets spent when, just sort of coming to agreement on what our priorities as a board are. And then I think that potentially along with the tranches could be helpful guidance for the staff to actually come up with some more concrete specific projects for us for this money.
Thank you, Jess. Daniel?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring into the conversation a piece of the memo that speaks about another fund that's sitting around, the Urban Development Action Grant, which is called UDAG. And there are $2.25 million sitting, maturing like a good cheese, that can be used in ways that we've traditionally used our CDBG money for housing and economic development. And so Tim was kind of speaking to, a desire to use the ARPA money for housing. And I think actually when we had those earlier conversations, the UDAG money wasn't even really on our radar because it was just kind of sitting there quietly maturing. And I believe Mr. Moreland one day said, hey, the UDAG money matured pretty much.
Liz?
I just want to put a placeholder in the fact that the state of Vermont intends to spend a tremendous amount of money on housing. And we need to understand what they're doing before we as a municipality act towards housing. Because as I often say, town of Brattleboro has redesigned its zoning to accommodate more housing. It has all the housing projects that Kim was talking about and other state rehabilitation and housing money that can be administered not only through the town, but through the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. And a lot of other things need to be explored in that area.
Jess, did I see your hand before? No. Tim?
Well, I agree with that sentiment. I think it's a bit of magical thinking to think that the state is going to know what they're thinking. in time for us to have these important conversations. And our responsibility is to find those projects and expenditures that specifically suit our needs. Because we all know that the state sometimes doesn't hold the same values and priorities that we are going to have here.
Daniel, is that a hand or is that?
I guess it is. I
doesn't have
think
to
it's kind of obvious that we will need to coordinate with state partners as well. And we're blessed to have some very good, state legislators here. And, we'll do I'm sure they will do their best to keep us apprised of what the state has in store for Brattleboro. But I also know that from, recent state housing investments, it's been hard to see how they've impacted Brattleboro, quite frankly. So I think it's a both and.
Well, I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I went to a meeting where the state was delivering infrastructure money to Tri-Park.
Yeah.
And so
Yes.
I think that, our planning department, our staff has a great handle on what the potential is for various projects and assisting all the various players in the housing complex and attracting new ones. So we can do this. And I think we can do a good job.
Great. Let's
and program income.
and program income.
Let's not forget.
Jess has got a hand, and then I want to give an opportunity for the public to speak on the item.
Outside of our process of determining priorities and sort of determining funding, I haven't talked at all about community engagement part of this, and if that goes beyond select board meeting rooms or anything like that. I just want to put out there, we've got this communications coordinator guy that's doing a pretty awesome job, and I would love to engage him in sharing whatever process we land on, and encouraging the public to participate and share in the conversations in our meetings. I think that's really important.
John, did you want to speak briefly to that? I'm curious, did this schedule and process consider or entertain sort of how it would engage public beyond them, members of the public speaking at select board meetings, discussing items proposed by staff, or also bringing items of their own interest to the board?
Yeah, just in step 3 and step 5, we would do an engagement process there, which could certainly be select board meetings, but it could be also something that we did through other means as well. So hadn't totally worked that out yet, but wanted to, before we develop something like that, we wanted to get your thoughts on whether to do that. So
Yeah,
we could
Engage RTM.
yeah, that's also a good idea. Other board members before I'm gonna hand it over to public participation. So I think I saw, do I have any hands in the room? Yeah.
It looks like Dick DeGray.
Nope. I'm gonna do the room first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gail Joy, Brattleboro, Vermont. We did discuss some of this in December, right? And the two big issues with that money was housing always would be first. And then our recreational department for fixing or finally replacing a lot of things up at Memorial Park. Those are two big items that make our community a community. Now with the housing, if the state's going to run housing in here, then we don't have to think so much about too much housing if they're going to give some. But thinking about 70% immigration to Vermont, we might need a lot more housing. So just to let you know, those two are still on my mind.
Great. Thank you very much, Dale. Turn over to Dick.
Jessica, I'm glad she touched upon the public participation. listening to this schedule, which I think is very aggressive, in terms of March. I mean, you're not going to meet, the next time you meet, you'll be discussing ARPA projects in the $500,000 range. So it looks like the administration has already said, we're going to lop this up, 500,000, $1.5 million, and then $700,000 for the last project. At least I think that's what I thought I heard. And I'm saying to myself, where's the public participation in this process? And there isn't any. Is it going to be, okay, we're going to bring this project to the board, and then the public can weigh in on, well, is this a good way to expend these funds, versus, I think it might have been Ian or Daniel saying, let's bring an a la carte menu of things that we're looking at and get some ideas from the public as to how they feel about what their priorities might be with the items that you bring before us. So I'm not looking, this has been sitting here for a while. And so trying to expend these funds within the next couple of months, I don't think it's a great idea. I think that the process should be lengthened out just a little bit. So if you could talk about that, John, in terms of, ideas that you might have. You mentioned EMS, which kind of scared me, because it would almost make me believe that you know something that the rest of the public doesn't know about decision-making that hasn't been made yet. So if you could clarify that stuff, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Are you willing to take that interrogation? I think the only thing I wanted to respond to, for clarity, is I don't really know, Dick, where you got those numbers from, but we haven't talked.
I was kind of
Somebody threw out 500,000.
throwing out numbers as examples.
Oh, okay. So
But that was it.
we're not, the board hasn't considered any number for any one of the buckets.
Right.
In fact, the board hasn't even approved the idea of doing buckets or anything yet. And I think actually multiple board members have spoken both to kind of concern about the how quick the proposed schedule is, and also making sure that there's sufficient public participation, which again kind of just goes back to, this is sort of a proposed idea, and the board is just discussing it and trying to figure out what the best way is to make sure that we're accomplishing everything we want out of these funds. But John, if you want to speak a little bit more to.
Yeah, and really, no, we don't have any great sense yet of what some of these projects should be. We have put together some initial thoughts. I've solicited the staff to come up with some ideas. One of them that was raised was around some of the things in the AP Triton report, particularly around our ability to address fire response adequately. That's just one of an example that Daniel, you were asking for. There are other things on that list, and we'd be happy to bring those initial ideas forward in March if you want to be looking at those sorts of things before we've had a chance to do a really in-depth look at all of them. But if it would help you start to figure out like the timing of where funds would be allocated, we'd be certainly willing to try that out.
And the other thing that we could do too is we could hear on the 14th for what the town staff sort of believe are some immediate things that we could potentially devote ARPA funds to. And then if there are some medium or long-term things, we could consider them as well. Having a bit of the a la carte that I agree would be helpful. And then we can hear from the board, the public, and we do not have to make any decision as to any allocation. And maybe we realize that this sort of proposed schedule is a little aggressive. Maybe not. I think that what's important is that we really should start moving this. And so no matter how we do it, right, we got to start moving this along and start discussing how we actually are looking at using these funds. And Liz, you want to?
I just want to emphasize that the important part is to start.
Yeah.
And that we've all been kind of chomping at the bit, and we need to start. And this is a good start, a good a start as any, and we'll either have some good things to spend on right away, or we won't.
Mhm. And I'm starting to formulate what I'm thinking maybe could be a motion that I'll propose, but I want to hear from Dave next, unless, do you have a hand from room public? Ron's on his phone.
You guys mind if I turn the heater back on? Is that okay? I noticed you're looking kind of cold. Just.
Okay, so we'll go to David.
Almost out of here.
Hi, thank you. This is probably an amplification of some of the comments that have been made already, in particular by Mr. Wessel. And I read the memo rather quickly, and I understand the idea of 3 tranches to be fancy, but is there an implied or an implicit idea of the relative size of those 3 tranches?
I think. Oh, I'm getting reverb.
I think it's okay.
I believe no. We don't have a sense because we haven't had the board be given anything about what sort of immediate concerns there are for the town to consider for ARPA funds, which would be very helpful for at least determining what bucket, if you want to just let me finish, what bucket 1 could be. And then I think from there, it starts to be a little less clear for the other 2, but also the other 2 are kind of a little less clear on like what the difference really is between a medium and a long-term project. And I think it just gets a little more helpful to start to get a number. But no, I think the answer to your question is it isn't clear really what the 3 bucket sizes are, and that we need additional staff work to determine that. And this plan entertains that and understands that there needs to be additional work for the board to understand what those bucket sizes would be.
Because obviously, if there are some immediate needs that take up a lot of the total, for the long-term needs, which may in fact be more substantial in size, you have less money to deal with, work with.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of, I think, David, you just really very well articulated what I think a couple of the board members have sort of been talking around and not being able to quite speak to at no fault of their own. But yeah, basically, we're a little worried that we don't want to spend too much money too quickly because maybe there's a big project that we want to use a lot more money towards. We don't see it yet, or we don't know it yet, or someone hasn't proposed it yet. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't. Daniel?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think whilst the board may not have like 3 or 4 very specific projects that they wish to fund or partially fund, because actually $2.7 million doesn't go that far, really. We do have a sense of our goals. This board has worked together for quite a while now, and we, wrote a bunch of goals last year in a different way than we usually have. So that it gives us broad areas of shared interest, right? And so we're town staff to come back with projects that aligned with those areas of interest that we're kind of ready to fund or close to ready to fund. I feel like that would be good information.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're talking here about total just big kind of question mark who knows. Housing is important, community safety is important. If you'd asked us 2 years ago about ambulances and stuff like that, I think it wouldn't have been on our radar. But we've invested money in studies which have sharpened our understanding of public safety staffing, public safety capital investments. And so that's all I would say. I mean, only ever speaking for myself. That's what's on my radar as the big things. I suppose, quality of life as well, right? The Parks and Rec and Parks bond issue that, Dale was kind of alluding to earlier. raise some questions about other quality of life investments that we want to make in the community. So I don't think, there's going to be too many like big surprises about, oh my Lord, the select board all of a sudden wants to spend $1 million on this thing, monorail, anybody?
I saw that episode of the.
Jess actually had her hand up first.
A question I think would be great to hash out would be, do we want the money to go towards purchases and building? Do we want any portion of the money to go towards planning for projects? Do we want any portion of the money to go towards the design of projects? I'd love to be able to answer that question.
I think we have known unknowns.
Yeah. My thought would be if we, and I'm kind of sort of pose this to John. So could we have town staff come back to the board on the 14th with what was already the plan was to bring some immediate needs that could potentially be allocated, ARPA could be allocated towards, but then also the beginnings of some of the medium and long-term ideas, both fielded from town staff and if you've gotten anything from the public for consideration, that will, and for discussion on the 14th, that will aid the board and the public in sort of determining bucket sizes and also timelines, which I think is what everyone's sort of speaking to. If that's not realistic for the 14th, then I would say we should consider modifying the schedule even more, because I would want that to be a fruitful conversation and not a rushed one. Board thoughts on that idea?
Yeah, I think what I think would be most helpful in addition to what you just said is an overview of potential, like an overview of what is possible. And from that, we'd be in a better position to divvy things up.
If I were John, I would be thinking, can you define that a little? Like, what do you mean by an overview of potential?
Well, there's a lot of things a municipality could do.
Yeah.
And, the state will give us examples, or the VLCT, of what other towns have done. And it's like, other towns did blah, blah, blah. And from that listing, you create an overview of what is possible for us to do. And then from that point, what Brattleboro's needs are can be imposed upon those possibilities.
Yeah.
And I think that's a place to start.
Daniel?
Thanks. This is one-time generational money. And so one principle that I would like us to apply, and I think we would probably see this the same way, is that we should spend the money on things that are one-time generational things. That would be the intent, right? Like, seems kind of obvious.
Other board members?
I'm slightly frustrated that the board, I don't know, I understand the logic around this thinking, but I'm also a little frustrated that we, with all of our experience, can't come up with a process where the 5 of us discuss priorities and wants and desires, perhaps simultaneous with staff presenting priorities. What's the game where you try to present something simultaneously with another? I don't know what the game is, but it
sounds like a dreadful game.
Didn't we kind of already sort of do this a little bit, right? Like, I feel like the challenge is that whilst the board are very serious and extremely well qualified to hold these positions, we are a bunch of amateurs who do this, in addition to our other parts of our life. Whereas staff who are involved in the day-to-day work of the town are more easily able to bring to us projects that are a little more fleshed out. You know, so like, I would love for us to have a swimming pool facility that's open year round. And that's about where my idea ends, right? Like, I have no concept of engineering work that would be required, no concept of the costs associated with it. I could ballpark, like, I could guess at it. So having a
And
conversation.
that's all the money.
I know, I'm fully aware of that.
Yeah.
I've also got my dog park idea in my back pocket for when we get ready for it, whatever. The point is, like, you know, I don't have like much else to offer the conversation beyond like a headline like that, you know, and so staff can kind of bring us something, doesn't preclude us from having like wonderful visionary ideas that the rest of you have that I don't. But like, it's an easier place to start when we have some informed proposals.
Again, that's why we have staff. So we don't have to five of us.
But we
sit
also
here and
have a
figure this
role.
out, you
But
know?
that's why the staff has a select board to help determine direction, policy direction.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I don't know. So John, give us a little feedback. How are we
So-
doing on direction?
What I'm hearing,
Pretty
is-
poorly?
Poorly.
No, this is helpful.
Poorly.
What I'm hearing is that generally this may work, may not, but we're going to be a little flexible about it. And what we'll do is staff will bring back some initial ideas and maybe some WAGs associated with that so that you have a general sense of the thoughts that the staff have immediately come up with, and that they could be now, medium term or long term. That's something that you could have a conversation about on the 14th and start to figure out where might your priorities be, or where might there be gaps that we haven't thought of, areas that you would like to invest in. That would kind of, to Liz's point, keep the ball rolling here. It would move us forward. But you could decide at that point to just say, no, we're not ready. We just want to push this all off until the fall or November or whenever. So that was sort of the sense I was getting generally from the group, but
Yeah.
Works for me.
Jess has her hand up.
Yeah. First, I think that's a pretty good, clear summary of where we landed. I'm personally feeling like I don't need to vote or make a motion on approving a process, but just having had this conversation and being able to give that guidance to John, I feel like is enough.
Okay.
The other point I wanted to make was that, Ian, in your description of how things might work, you mentioned ideas from the community and how they might get on the list or into the process. And so I want to make space to answer that question if we want to in advance of the 14th.
Yeah, I guess my question to John would be, do you think there's time to potentially field community input? Prior to 14th?
Certainly if the community had ideas and got them to us very quickly, we could add them to the list, probably not necessarily with a really great estimate of what that might cost, but we could certainly provide it in the rest of the materials. It would not be a robust engagement by any means. We wouldn't have time to do that.
Yeah.
Our goal back in May was to define a transparent, accessible process. And to listen to and consider residents' interests, right? Like, I feel like we're gonna always listen to and consider residents' interests. These residents that are sitting here could tell us what they're interested in. We're gonna listen to them, and then something will happen, or maybe not, right? But that process already exists. But like, defining a transparent and accessible process might go a little bit beyond just select board meetings, and I would worry about wanting things to move too quickly, that the thing that gets lost is accessibility. I think that happens all the time. So I'm fine with actually taking this proposal as a proposal and, we can make a beginning. And I think once we make a beginning and hear some proposals from very informed people, and also some proposals from people that are more in the realm of ideas, but we don't quite have the, stuff penciled out, then we'll be able to see kind of where we're starting and proceed at a rate that allows for accessibility. And if we kind of hold on to accessibility as like a guiding principle of this, that'll dictate the pace a little bit, perhaps.
Okay, so with that in mind, do we feel comfortable with at least sort of continuing this conversation on the 14th to then just at least keep the ball moving, not committing really to much else?
Can we commit to both the 14th and the 21st? They don't both have to be
yeah,
massive discussions, but that way, we're making the space. as the
Yes.
kids say, or that gradual moving
Where's
towards
the agenda looking for this?
action. Well,
Two
that's
meetings,
the question
right?
for leadership, I guess.
Yeah,
We might have
let's hear from Franz.
A resident.
Thank you. Franz Reichsman, District 2. So I've kind of, I don't know, maybe I just missed the boat on much of the preliminary discussions around this. But it seems to me that one of the sort of casualties in the past year of having lost our town manager abruptly and then going through a fair amount of trauma on the EMS matters was that we lost track of the long-term financial plan that had been part of the town budget process, comprehensive review of town operations in the spring, long-term financial plan in the summer, and then budget process in the fall had sort of become the normal sequence of events. And from a generational perspective, the problem for this town has been a lack of capital investment.
Yeah.
That's what select board after select board and finance committee after finance committee has addressed for the past, 7 years that I'm familiar with. And so the fact that all of a sudden there's money to address some of these issues, to me, does not demand a new process for deciding how to spend that money. I mean, I would go straight to the long-term financial plan and look at what anticipated expenditures on capital projects was going to be over 5 years and say, well, which of these are our real priorities? And can we now address some of them in a fashion that up until now we've been wanting to do, but unable to do? So, that's just where my mind goes in terms of how to use generational money. It's to solve a generational problem that has already been identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz.
I like that comment.
Yep.
And I should say, I really expect that from John. Like, I can feel you could bite into that for us. And maybe allow a select board to be a little bit more pie in the sky, and we'll be brought down to earth by staff.
Mm-hmm.
Liz?
Yeah, I think Francis' comment is similar to what I had in mind in terms of regular order of the workings of the staff.
Okay. Any other comments there, board, on this? Is the having this next discussion on the 14th and the 21st still doable after all of that commentary there, John?
Yeah, I hope I can live up to your expectations, and that it really it will not be
This
maybe.
is everything.
Yeah, it'll be a wish list. So
Yeah. Well, and it's just sort of the balance that I think the board needs to strike here, where like, if we are always pushing it out because it's not perfect to have a discussion on it, we will just never talk about it because it's such a big thing. And so
Some of us tend to do that.
yes, I am aware. Appreciate that criticism there, Tim.
Oh,
And
love it.
yes, so yeah, I think that we need to strike the balance, have a discussion, and it's okay if that discussion leads to just additional discussions, and at least we are moving the conversation and getting places. And I deeply believe that every time we talk about something in the public and we give it space for people to speak on, that is helping in making it accessible. Because the more times that we talk about something and we don't make a decision on it, you know, we're at least getting the word out there and we're giving people opportunities to attend and speak. I don't think that that's sufficient. I will definitely agree to that. I think there's going to be additional outreach that needs to be done, but having multiple conversations in board meetings is at least a good start.
Mhm.
So,
Great.
yeah, okay.
Thank you. Well, appreciate the direction.
All right, good. All right, let's unless there's anything, Jess, did you have your hand up?
You want to do a motion?
I don't think we need a motion unless.
Yeah, it really depends on whether you want to establish a transparent process now, today, or whether you want to get that additional information perhaps before you do that.
I think you should.
I feel like
start
we've
the
sort of
work
like
and then we'll see.
agreed to trying this process, didn't we?
Ish.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
it's a draft
Let's-
process,
It's a
right?
draft process, but you know, it's at least,
In the motion, it's
flexible.
described as proposed, right? It is proposed to us and.
so do you want to make a motion, Daniel, that
Yeah.
that makes it even a little bit more clear as
Okay.
to its.
Let me try. I move to adopt the proposed ARPA allocation process as presented, with the caveat that we'll change it at any given time if we so wish. How's that feel?
Maybe that with the understanding that as the board and the public understand the process, understand the potential items for discussion that you know, this this schedule could be modified.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Okay. Further discussion on it? Does that work for people? Is that an okay?
Yeah.
Are we voting on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you repeat?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel?
I moved to adopt the proposed ARPA allocation process as presented with
Or-
whatever Ian said.
Or as amended, as the board and the public consider the information provided by town staff. Sure.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's pretty weak.
weird.
Okay, then we don't know.
You know, I just really don't think we need a motion. I mean, John just needs direction and he has it.
We have agreed that on March 14th, we will take the next step in this conversation.
Whatever that may be.
Yeah. Fine.
But
Please
that
make
doesn't-
sure that gets communicated in our newsletter and on social media.
Yes, the problem is that that doesn't commit the board to the rest of the process, which is what John was looking for, I think.
And I mean, I feel like it could wait to the 14th. I feel like we could have brought more information to you today about various ideas, and that would have helped you agree on the process. So I understand that now. And,
Okay.
and I think
Yeah.
maybe if we just table this and pick it up on the 14th with a little bit more information, then you might be able to agree or modify this however you.
Do we all want to vote Daniel's motion down? No, that's,
I would vote for it.
I think he
Yes, I
can
would.
abandon it with
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hear that.
Okay.
So we'll with that guidance, we're gonna have a conversation on the 14th. We'll reconsider this with that additional information. And hopefully maybe we can have a clearer motion then. Does that work?
You're withdrawing your motion.
I guess so.
Okay.
Okay.
Whew. All right.
Thank you.
We're
very
very
much.
strict Robert rules followers.
Yeah, really, very strict. So we're gonna move on to new business agenda item 10E, which is the RTM Childcare update. And boy, we've just landed. We're right on time.
We are?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm going to just I think I'm tossing this right to John.
Yeah, this can be a pretty brief one. I think we were directed by the board to be trying to provide help, childcare at the RTM info sessions and the RTM. And we've made progress on this, although it's been a bit difficult. We currently are able to, we have commitments to adequate licensed childcare providers to cover both of the RTM info sessions on March 15th and March 22nd. However, we've been struggling more filling the shifts for the RTM. And we wanted, what our current plan was to continue to reach out to licensed childcare providers for providing this service to RTM. But if we're unable to do that, you will not be, I guess if we're unable to do that, we would want to make a decision probably by March 10th to communicate to the public that we will be unable to provide it for that meeting, so that they can make alternative arrangements. And that's kind of where we've landed and is our plan moving forward, unless we hear differently from you tonight.
Thank you very much, Sean. All right, board members. Tim?
I wasn't planning even to really weigh in, but I think I've got a good question, I think. We've, as far as we know, we have a preliminary survey that was well answered or not well answered, kind of, because I answered it.
Yeah, it was fairly well answered, given that we don't know who the RTM members necessarily will.
Correct. So, but as it stands now, we have 4 adults with a total of 7 children, or 4 guardians. I mean, I guess that would be adults. With a total of 7 children. This feels like a lot of twisting around to try to satisfy something. Would it be cheaper and more expedient to come up with a stipend idea to cover them getting their own childcare?
That's shocking.
Why? Because RTM has already embraced the idea of stipends, obviously. I'm just wondering if it would save money, and since we have a limited number of kids to look after, possibly, and no clear solution to how to do that efficiently, wouldn't it save the town money to try to satisfy those respondents directly rather than create this perfect one-day daycare situation?
Well, is it possible for us to do napkin math on sort of the difference in cost between sort of funding 3 healthcare providers for RTM during the day, like 12 hours or maybe longer, versus providing a stipend for the families that would need it?
If you wanted to establish a budget for this, we could then allocate that. But we have no budget currently. We have maybe $500 currently for this. Otherwise, we just don't know how we would pay for a stipend.
It just strikes me as a very nebulous process. And I'm struggling to understand why it's so hard to get childcare for these meetings.
Well, it's Saturday.
Yeah.
And it's a long nebulous length of time.
But I mean, I thought that we, in years past, had people lined up for this. I mean, we provided this service in the past. And why is it so hard now?
I think in the past, the meeting was done in conjunction with the school district, and the school district staff were stepping in and providing that. Currently, RTM is not conjunctive with the school district. So while they have been very helpful in suggesting people that might be available, and I think we have a list of, 20, 25 people who've been reaching out to, none of them have so far been able to commit to town meeting shifts.
None?
Maybe several have, but not enough to fill all the slots.
Jess?
I just said the word none. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I do have thoughts if no one else was about to comment.
I was, but please go ahead.
No, I
would like to think that we could be able to make something happen by March 10th, but I'm also a big fan of the idea of providing childcare reimbursements or stipends for folks for RTM Day if we can't figure our stuff out. I think there may also be more people that take advantage of the stipends than we're interested in taking advantage of on-site childcare. So that may also need to be considered in the cost calculations.
My question would just be, if we were to, would it be any easier to get someone, a provider for RTM itself, if we were to only ask for one of the two informational sessions to have childcare?
No, I think my understanding was that the informational sessions were easier to fill. They were the ones that people were available for and could easily do. It's filling all the slots on the RTM in order to offer it as a full service that's been the challenge.
And
Liz?
could Saturday be broken up into halves with teams? That might be more reasonable to expectations.
Yeah, and I think that has been the approach, to do it in shifts so that there's adequate coverage, but that's why finding enough people to do all that has been difficult.
I mean, I just think that congregate care is what we are looking for. And the stipend would be an administrative difficulty, let's say. Whereas providing childcare is a known thing that if it can be arranged, and I think we should continue to try, it should be the thing. We're either going to have it or not.
Yeah. Jess?
I was also wondering about the resources through the rec department and if folks who have worked for the summer camp have been reached out to, because this may fall on their college vacation, or they may still be in high school and may be around and may be appropriate for caring for the older kids who are in the group.
That's a good idea.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be that or not, but
I didn't hear all of that.
Ask Carol a lot.
Oh, yes, we have spoken with Carol and that she had some, I think, suggestions for people who were also reached out to, but we did want to make sure that that they were licensed childcare providers, and that was a concern. So
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
But we
So-
let them take care of kids during the rec summer programs. Just
And it, that could be a possibility just for like self-organization of RTM members who wanted to get together and do that themselves. I just think for us to be providing that might be more difficult, but especially with you.
Maybe it's like an activity day, like spring break camp or winter carnival, childcare. I know the rec does programs like that. And that could be this type of program that's enacted for RTM.
I can look into that further. I may just not know why that was not a good idea, but.
Okay. So for as of now, John, do you need additional direction from the board? I guess we got two members who are talking about stipends. Daniel, where are you falling on stipends?
Oh, I am stipend agnostic at this time.
Stipend agnostic. I think in that case, with one stipend agnostic and someone who is just sort of curious as to the numbers, maybe that could be brought before the board. Well, except our next.
We won't have time. That's why we brought it. In order for people to make plans themselves, alternate plans.
Yeah.
Well, this is certainly
Ian,
my best thinking.
Yeah,
we've got a member of the public with their hand up on Zoom.
I saw them.
Okay.
So, okay. I just wanted to bounce this around for a minute, Jess. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have any meeting. And so we do need to provide additional direction if
Yeah,
there was any.
if you want to change it. Otherwise, what we proposed here is what we would implement.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear from, I can't see the name, but
Robin?
yeah.
The Robin?
It's me, the Robin.
It's the Robin.
Hi, Robin.
For those of you guys who are not familiar with this, I was involved with arranging childcare for RTM in the past, and as well as for the school district meeting. And it is something that has always been a struggle getting enough people to staff these. Last year's one was great because it was not at the site of the meeting, which was our houses. It was at Winston Prouty, which is a really wonderful place for kids to spend the day. Previously to that, when it was on-site childcare, it really was, we were doing our best to make an entertaining situation, and the childcarers were too. But like, you're not going to really have a fulfilling 12-hour day for a child in like an empty gym in the high school, no matter the skill of the providers. So I still think that it is really important to provide some sort of option to make this meeting accessible for parents of young children, which is extremely underrepresented in the RTM makeup. But I actually feel like the stipends would be probably an ideal option, especially given the smaller number of people who have expressed interest in this. I know I would 100 times rather just pay somebody to come to my house and hang out with my kids than to bring them to the BOHS multi-purpose room or whatever for 12 hours. And I think that the issue with having to have licensed carers is a liability issue for the town. But of course, individual families are not bound by that. They can pay whoever they want. But the cost of like 12 hours of childcare is a lot. So if we're asking people who have young children to pay $200 or whatever it is to be a town meeting member, when everybody else gets to just put on their coat and go over there for free, that really is an access issue. So I would really support the town offering stipends, whether or not they're able to arrange this care. And maybe for future, the idea that Elizabeth said would be great if they made like a planned through the rec department, RTM camp day that people could sign up for, then I'm sure that they, with enough advanced planning, they could make something really fun and fulfilling.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Thank you very much, Robin, for that. That's really helpful. Daniel?
It was helpful to hear Robin speak about it, so exploring the stipend idea a little bit more, some of us might know about the expense of childcare. I mean, Robin's suggesting $200 might be, a reasonable expense for 12 hours of childcare. So we had 7 kids who needed care during RTM from our survey, correct?
It should be by household.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So do we know how many households that is?
It was four.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah.
That was our survey.
Oh,
but
okay. Maybe
the question if we go down this path that I would have is if additional people came forward, would we also be covering them, and what's our budget?
Right. So it's looking like we might need like $1,000 right now. I know that the Selectboard dependent care expense is massively underspent, so there's probably a little bit of room in the budget there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot more than $1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that either way, what I'm sort of looking for would be that we put something on the sort of end of the RTM agenda through the moderator, that the RTM provide us with guidance on what their budget is for this expenditure for future years. So this is an RTM thing, and RTM should make a decision about it. We currently just are operating in the dark about how much money we have to use, which is making the discussion about doing stipends trickier, in my opinion. Because my thought would be if we were gonna pay $25 an hour to a childcare provider at RTM, then we would want to provide that level of stipend to whoever was providing childcare to those family members.
Yes, but Robin made the point of we need licensed childcare providers and the individual household does not.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll remind everybody that the RTM approved stipend for my childcare that I take advantage of for board meetings is 15.
Okay.
Without
Oh, well,
any, without
And
any,
that's a RTM approved. So that actually may be a good, maybe we use that as the model for this year, if we need to use a stipend and we can't get providers. And then we ask RTM what it is.
Or, you know, I mean, I think Robin's suggestion was to do the stipend this year and have Park and Rec camp next year.
Yeah, or we could do, and if we can't pull off the Parks and Rec thing, then
I can't see why we couldn't because they're very talented.
Well, I am coming around to the stipend. I think, you know, a little bit like with the select board dependent care expense, which I'm looking to, we budgeted 4,000 and we spent 705 thus far. I believe it was like very much a, if you need it kind of thing. So it was a reimbursement, right?
yeah.
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 Thank you.
Well, it's not tied to receipts. It's basically like,
It's an honest
because
system.
they were very clear they wanted it to be
Yeah.
For partners that had to make that.
So perhaps we could say, you know, up to a certain number of dollars per hour, if you report to us that you needed, you know, dependent care for, I don't know, however many million hours the meeting goes on, we can reimburse $15 per hour,
yeah.
right? Whatever that comes to.
Why don't we designate John to have the authority to make some sort of common sense decisions in this regard?
I think, yeah, and I think I actually feel confident that we could even provide more guidance than that, in the sense that I think we can use RTM's approved compensation rate for select board childcare reimbursement of $15 an hour, and that we provide that with sufficient time for people to understand that that's what they can have access to that prior to the actual representative time meeting. I think the question is, do we want to still do childcare at the two informational sessions?
Do you have it? Have you?
We do, we've secured that already.
I
So
think we should.
let's do,
Yeah, so this is a stopgap.
Stopgap.
If we can't get.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
And I think Robin's point about. I just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just-
Well,
can I just
let
finish my
Daniel
thought?
finish his thought? And
It's not a huge thought. Robin made the point that, like, yeah, you might choose to engage your preferred known childcare provider anyway, right? That's like preferable.
In your own home.
Jess?
I think if we do end up going the stipend way, just understanding from our own experience, we know it's tough to find childcare providers. So allowing parents enough time to secure someone. I think the March 10th date would be probably the closest you would want to get.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the drop dead date for it either way. Does that, so
I confused how much 10th has anything to do with stipends.
if you wanted to get a childcare provider for your house?
Right. Wouldn't it simply be that people, you know, after town meeting said, I paid a childcare provider for 12 hours and the town says, fine, we believe you, here's a check for whatever 12 times 15 is. Isn't that it?
Maybe you have to prove that you actually have children.
Sure. You have to do that somehow.
Send us a selfie.
I don't.
So I guess I'm confused. Are we just deciding to nix the whole idea of providing childcare on town meeting day, representative town meeting day?
Or are
And
you
going
gonna
with the
try
stipend plan,
harder?
or are we gonna try until March 10th?
That's
Yes.
my thought.
Oh, really?
That's my thought was let's continue to try to provide childcare at RTM for people there. And with the understanding that town staff has been very clear with us that it's been very challenging to do so. And if we are not able to do that by March 10th, that we provide a stipend for a reimbursement for at-home childcare at a rate of $15 per hour.
Those who request.
To those who request it.
Huh.
And we should make it clear that it's something that is available to RTM reps.
Why don't we just make it easier on everybody, given that we've already been told that it's been very hard to find, that we just go the stipend route today and then everybody can make their plans.
Would that prefer to be the position of the board?
I mean, we've already asked town staff to come up with a bunch of ARPA stuff. Do we need to engage them with one more project?
So we're gonna have childcare for the 2 informational sessions.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have stipends for the day.
Yeah.
And then we'll try something else next year.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
I
makes
think-
sense to me.
I mean, it should be capped.
Right, and maybe we can take Ian's suggestion that, you know, there's a question put to RTM. Can we even do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I believe we can.
Is it not too late?
Is there?
Informally at the end.
At the
Yeah,
end.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a non-binding
Yeah, yeah.
kind of just
Okay, yeah. Just like how the provision of childcare was non-binding as well.
yes.
Right. Yeah.
But then also see what Carol could do for another year.
But it would be very helpful for us to have at least a budget. I
Yes,
think, you know, operating completely here makes it a lot trickier.
yes.
So, okay, so do we want to just move forward in that way? Alleviate a little bit of town staff energy in trying to do this?
Yes.
Are we
Yes.
getting head shakes?
Head
Yes?
nods.
Head nods? Jess? Thumbs up. Okay.
Look forward to seeing my bill for childcare.
Do you have a not to exceed on this?
Don't you see $2.7 million?
That's all of our,
And
I think we should, 10, $15 an hour. You mean individual cap or like
I think
Overall.
for overall.
Yeah.
can you cap?
For household.
Well,
Yeah, like a
No, what's our
15 times
overall
10
budget?
hours is 150 per household.
150 per household and how many? And you would be willing to take all comers at that?
Yes, I think at this.
And I think that, you know, some families will decide, we don't need the money. No big deal. But if a family needs it, they can ask for it.
Yeah. Or they might need it for just 4 hours. or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I don't want to cap it at 150 though. I'd like to cap it at whatever the total number of hours the
Yeah.
RTM
Town meeting.
is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you,
Numbers.
can you give time for transportation in that calculation? Maybe 1 additional hour over the total time?
Transportation?
If folks need to walk or bike or ride the bus or drive across town,
But
transportation.
okay,
Because they need childcare when they leave their house and they need childcare to get back to their house.
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
no comment.
okay. So, yeah. RTM plus 1 hour and.
Thank you.
We'll do it at $15 an hour with, do we want to not exceed for the total budget of it? That's the motion.
Are you just gonna say like, oh, you asked too late, you don't get it, we've reached our cap?
No, that's why I don't really know how we could do that.
Well, so what we would do is solicit who might want to take advantage of this and then instead of doing $15 an hour, we'd divide it through everyone that was
Oh, I see.
interested. If you felt there was a top limit to this, if you don't, we'll figure out a way to do this, but just want some clarity on that. So
Worst case scenario.
Yeah.
If we are to receive multiple claims for reimbursement that we believe are fraudulent, would we be willing to say to those people, prove it? You know, like, I don't think that we have a community that's going to do that. And I think that people that are elected town meeting members are going to act with integrity. But, you know, if we don't put a cap on it, we are potentially exposing ourselves to people just saying, oh, the select board's stupid and wants to give us free money.
We don't make Tim do it.
No, we don't.
No, but
Nor anyone else.
there might be some sort of a receipt that would be given, that would be
Wait,
some sort of.
but I submit my time card every month.
Well, you see, I mean, that's what I'm talking
Here's
about.
here's
Some
what
sort
I
of a time card or receipt or, you know, sign statement saying I provided childcare.
An affidavit.
yeah,
Yeah.
some kind of affidavit of
That's what I have to do.
and that's reasonable to request someone to provide that if they want to be given a stipend. And I think my other thought would be let's not put a not to exceed, because we do not have a budget from RTM, and let's ask them for a budget, and then we can do that in the future and feel like we have a defensible position for it. Franz.
Franz Reichsman, District 2. So is this childcare? Is this family care? Is there an age limit?
Dependent care.
What do we,
Dependent care is how it was defined by RTM for the
So-
select board.
whoever feels they need that to provide for someone's care, they're eligible.
And actually, the conversation about that was pretty lengthy for select board. And so I think that, yeah, I would say it would.
Okay, just, I didn't know that. Thank you.
No, I think it's a good question. Thank you.
We're using it as a model for this 1 year because we're in this extraordinary situation where we
But
can't find.
And I feel comfortable about it because the RTM was the one who
Right.
approved the
It's
model
their-
that we're
it's-
using.
It's their model.
Yeah.
Which I opposed.
Yep.
The body approved it.
I
I am bowing to the wisdom of the body.
The body is always wise.
Okay, any other comments from, I don't see any hands on Zoom, and I do see one hand on Zoom. It's Dick.
Would you like to sign this and approval of the liquor licenses? Tobacco licenses, tobacco substitutes.
Thanks, Daniel.
Am I there?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, I actually thought you were done with this discussion. I just wanted to get in, and I got followed up with the meetings in March, and I thought your only meeting in March was going to be on the 14th,
No,
and you're going to have one on the 21st.
correct.
And I believe that the Union School District is having their vote on their budget on the 21st. If somebody knows differently, then I will stand corrected. But if that is the night, could you adjust your meeting to Wednesday night or Monday night? Because you're going to be discussing ARP, which I think is really important. And actually, as residents of the town, you might want to go to that annual meeting and vote on a budget that has a huge impact on our tax rolls. But if you would consider that, changing the date of your meeting so it doesn't conflict with that meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
wait and listen to what you have to say.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can, the agenda setting committee can take into consideration, but it's not really in order for talking about RTM childcare. But yeah, we can certainly consider it.
After we confirm that that's the case. I just
I
got
don't
a
even know if
postcard, but I'm,
it's-
he might
yeah.
be right. He might be right.
So anything else on RTM childcare? I don't see any hands. Do you need a motion, John?
That'd be great.
Okay, so can I get a motion from a board member? I feel like I've made way too many as chair. Liz?
I move that the select board allow John Potter as our town manager to enact a system wherein childcare is allowed for the representative meetings as provided in John's memo and to arrange a system for a stipend with an agreed upon rate of $15 an hour for reimbursement to households for childcare at RTM.
Just a friendly amendment for dependent care, maybe.
Dependent care.
Sorry.
Good for that.
Yep.
All right, Liz has made a motion. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Carries 5-0.
Thanks,
Sufficiently
everyone.
clear?
Yep.
Okay.
and- Yep.
That is.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to, we can just have
Should we read the warrants and department reports aloud, perhaps?
nope, I'll take one more
Could I-
motion.
Can we just have the dates? Can I just have the dates and we say them out loud? For both
The 15th.
our next meeting
The
and
14th.
the two informational sessions.
Yes,
I just think we should communicate that clearly,
so.
and I can put them in my calendar.
Yeah.
March 15th and March 22nd. Yeah, I got it.
Yes, we got it.
So the next Brattleboro Select Board meeting will be on Tuesday, March 14th. And the two informational sessions for representative town meeting will be on March 15th, Wednesday, and is the 22nd also a Wednesday? And Wednesday, March 22nd.
Ugh,
No.
gross week.
Yeah.
And so the next select board meeting will be on the 21st, which is a Tuesday, and we cannot move it to a Wednesday because that's when our informational session is.
Yeah, and we'll consider Dick's thought an agenda setting. With that, I would entertain a motion. Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
That'll carry 5-0. Thank you very much to BCTV. Thank you so much to our interpreters.
Thank you to the resident.
Patrick, very much for running Zoom, and thank you very much, John.